into the chamber this afternoon for the House to proceed with the consideration of business lined up in today's order paper. Allow me to take you through the provisions in the Division of Revenue Bill, the year being 2026, on some of the areas. On public debt, the bill has taken into account public debt-related costs, there has been an increase of 104 billion shillings as money that will be set aside to cater or to settle part of pending bills or public debt in this case. The electoral body IBC, as well as the Teacher Service Commission, are some of the entities that will receive an additional funding. And we have the Electoral Commission, IBC. Its budget increased by 35.8 billion shillings and 15.6 billion shillings for the Teacher Service Commission. This is the actual allocation. And the allocation for the repayment of pensions has also been increased by 7.4 billion shillings. This increase is largely attributed to a significant increase in the allocation to the constitutional commissions by 51.4 billion shillings, being the allocation to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. The equitable share to the county governments is proposed to increase by 5 billion shillings, and this is meant to facilitate county governments' enhanced service delivery in the performance of their assigned functions. The health sector is also set to see an increase, specifically the universal healthcare coverage, where workers are set to be transitioned to permanent and pensionable terms within the county governments in the financial year 2026-2027. The bill has also factored in issues of affirmative action allocation, with a proposal for equitable share amounting to 4.4 billion shillings that has been ring-fenced to cater for and be shared equally among 12 small counties that are not favored by the parameters such as population and geographical size. The Commission for Revenue Allocation had recommended or recommends the county government's equitable share of revenue at 458.9 billion shillings as an additional allocation to be shared among the county governments, and this is under the fourth basis formula for sharing revenue approved by Parliament pursuant to Article 217 of the Constitution. The proposed allocation by the National Treasury and CRA has occasioned a variance of 38.9 billion shillings. My dear viewer, remember this recommendation by the Commission for Revenue Allocation capped at 458.9 billion shillings, but you have the National Assembly approving 420 billion shillings for the financial year 2026-2027, an additional 5 billion shillings compared to the monies that was sent to the counties in the last financial year, which was 115 billion shillings. The Senate had recommended 450 billion shillings. So once this bill comes up for debates, we'll be hearing from senators in regards to the proposals in the bill, whether they'll be agreeing by this provision or approval by the National Assembly. And in the event they do not, a mediation might arise where the Senate as well as the National Assembly will have to appoint some members to serve in the mediation committee to come up with an agreeable figure for the Division of Revenue Bill 2026. But let's now move away from the bill.
Honorable Senators, let us take our seats. Senator Fernande, take your seat, please. Clerk, you may proceed to call the first order.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
The Senate Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, Wednesday, 18th March 2026. The Civil Aviation Meteorological Service for Air Navigation Regulations Notice number 17 of 2025. The Civil Aviation Communication Procedures Regulations Notice number 18 of 2025. Civil Aviation Operations of Aircraft, Helicopters, Regulations Legal Notice number 19 of 2025. The Civil Aviation Approved Maintenance Organization Regulations Notice, Legal Notice number 20 of 2025. Civil Aviation Environmental Protection Aircraft Noise Regulations Legal Notice number 21 of 2025. The Civil Aviation Licensing of Air Services Regulations Legal Notice number 22 of 2025. The Civil Aviation Aircraft Nationality and Registration Marks Regulations Legal Notice number 23 of 2025. The Civil Aviation Carbon Offsetting and Reduction Scheme for International Aviation Regulations Notice Legal Notice number 24 of 2025. The Civil Aviation Radio Navigation Aids Regulations Legal Notice number 25 of 2025. The Civil Aviation Certification of Air Navigation Service Providers Regulations Legal Notice number 27 of 2025. The Civil Aviation Units of Measurements to be used in air and ground operations Legal Notice number 28 of 2025. The Civil Aviation Operation of Aircraft for Commercial Air Transport Aeroplanes Regulations Legal Notice number 29 of 2025. The Civil Aviation, the Air Traffic Services Regulations Legal Notice number 30 of 2025. Civil Aviation Security Regulations Legal Notice number 31 of 2025. The Civil Aviation Safety Management Regulations Legal Notice number 32 of 2025. The Civil Aviation Aeronautical Search and Rescue Regulations, legal notice number 33 of 2025. The Civil Aviation Airworthiness Regulations, legal notice number 37 of 2025. The Civil Aviation Communication Systems Regulations, legal notice number 38 of 2025. The Civil Aviation Unmanned Aircraft Systems Regulation, legal notice number 40 of 2025. The Civil Aviation Air Operator Certificate and Administration, legal notice number 42 of 2025. The Draft International Relations Sector Reforms Regulations 2026. Report of the Office of the Control of Budget on county government's budget implementation review for the first half of financial year 2025-2026. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Statements pursuant to Standing Order 53-1. Senator for Kitui County, the Honorable Anna Kwambo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries on a matter of nationwide concern regarding the use of emergency funds by county governments to purchase seeds for residents in arid and semi-arid counties. Mr. Speaker, sir, the country is presently experiencing widespread rainfall, offering a critical but limited window for planting, particularly in arid and semi-arid lands regions. Timely access to appropriate seeds during this period could greatly enhance food production and strengthen food security. It is therefore imperative that county governments prioritize the distribution of drought-resistant and fast-maturing crop varieties suited to local ecological conditions. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, measures undertaken by the county government to urgently utilize emergency and contingency funds for the procurement and distribution of seeds during the ongoing rains. 2, the plans in place by the county governments to ensure that the seeds distributed are drought-resistant, fast-maturing, and appropriate for the specific agroecological zones, particularly in arid and semi-arid lands regions where conventional crops often fail due to climatic conditions. And 3, the mechanisms established to monitor, coordinate, and evaluate the effectiveness of seed distribution, ensuring transparency, accountability, and maximum impact on food production. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senator Hezena.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is a request for a statement on the regulatory oversight and patient safety in pharmaceutical practice in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health on a matter of national concern regarding the state of due diligence, professionalism, regulatory oversight, and ethical compliance with Kenya's pharmaceutical sector. Mr. Speaker, sir, this follows a grave incident on the 27th of February 2026 in Eldoret, Uasin Gishu County, where a child suffered severe complications, including loss of eyesight, after being issued with medication for a skin condition instead of the prescribed eye medication at a pharmacy. This case underscores the systemic gaps in pharmaceutical practice with implications for public health and regulatory accountability. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the circumstances under which the wrong medication was issued, outlining the dispensing protocols applicable, whether those protocols were compiled with, and state the legal, regulatory, or administrative action taken against the pharmacy and personnel involved. Secondly, the mechanisms by the Pharmacy and Poisons Board, the Pharmaceutical Society of Kenya, and any other relevant professional or regulatory bodies to verify the registration, qualifications, licensing status, and continuing professional competence of practitioners, including the date of the last nationwide audit or inspection. Thirdly, the current compliance status of pharmacies and chemists countrywide, including the number of licensed outlets, recent inspection and enforcement outcomes, and the sector-wide reforms by the Ministry of Health to strengthen oversight and accountability in pharmaceutical practice. Senator Ezena Lemaletian, dated 13th of March 2026. Thank you.
The Honorable Senator Beth Siango.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request for a statement on the availability of antivenom and support for snake bite victims in Kitui County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health on a matter of countrywide concern regarding the availability of antivenom and support for snake bite victims in Kitui County. Mr. Speaker, sir, snake bites remain a major health challenge in Kitui County, with close to 800 cases reported annually and many more likely unrecorded. Despite the efforts to stock antivenom, gaps in availability, species-specific treatment, and public awareness continue to leave communities at risk. Victims and families also face systematic barriers to compensation and justice, as snakebite cases were excluded from government support schemes. Addressing this crisis requires stronger medical preparedness, fair compensation, and widespread community sensitization. In the statement, sir, the committee should address the following. 1, an updated assessment of level 4 hospitals, including strategies to ensure consistent stocking of antivenom across all 8 sub-counties within Kitui County, with priority given to snake-prone regions. 2, plans to equip health facilities with species-specific coverage and train healthcare workers for accurate treatment. 3, strategies to reinstate and streamline compensation for victims and affected families. 4, measures in place to intensify and strengthen public sensitization on prevention, first aid, response and claims compensation procedures through Kenya Wildlife Services and other health facilities. Mr. Speaker, a victim from my ward was beaten at the Semunyeti. Sir, the committee should do the following. Senator Beth Siango, MP, nominated by ODM, Linda Ground. Thank you, sir.
Senator for Tharaka Nithi County, the Honorable Mwenda Gataya.
No, I want to use that. You can't. Why are you not? Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health on a matter of national concern regarding the plight of cancer patients at the Kenyatta National Hospital following the prolonged breakdown of the hospital linear accelerator radiotherapy machine. Mr. Speaker, Kenyatta National Hospital remains the primary affordable referral center for thousands of cancer patients across the country. The hospital relies on a single linear machine for radiotherapy services, a situation that has long exposed patients to delays whenever the machine experiences technical challenges. The current breakdown, now persisting for approximately 2 months, has halted radiotherapy services entirely. As a result, patients have been forced to seek treatment in alternative facilities, many of which are significantly more expensive. In the statement, Honorable Speaker, the committee should address the following. 1. Measures being taken to expedite the repair and maintenance of the RINAC machine, including the expected timeline for restoring full functionality and alternative treatment pathways available to affected patients. 2, Honorable Speaker, the committee should also look at whether there are any budgetary allocations and procurement plans for acquiring additional or backup radiotherapy equipment with a view to preventing service interruptions. Number 3, Honorable Speaker, the committee should also look at the broader structural and operational challenges facing Kenyatta National Hospital, including steps being taken to address these challenges comprehensively. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This is Senator Mwenta Kataya Mofaya, MP, Senator for Tharaka Nithi. Thank you.
Senator for Kajiado County, the Honorable Seki.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. A request for a statement on shortage of blood collections bags at Kenyatta National Hospital. Honorable Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health on a matter of national-wide concern regarding the shortage of blood collection bags at Kenyatta National Hospital, the national referral hospital in the country, which has severely bad blood donations services at the facility. This shortage has gravely disrupted blood donation services despite the presence of willing donors, hereby endangering patients in urgent need of transfusion, including accident victims, mother with childbirth complications, surgical patients, and those suffering from chronic conditions. In the statement, the committee should address the following: the availability of blood collections bags and related supplies at the Kenyatta National Hospital and other public referral facilities across the country, the number of potential blood donors turned away at Kenyatta National Hospital due to unavailability of blood collections bags, and the extent to which patients have been affected, the factors that contributed to the shortage, and when the Ministry of Health was first notified of this crisis. The immediate steps undertaken by the Ministry of Health and relevant agencies to store supplies at Kenyatta National Hospital, and the long-term safeguard the place to ensure consistent availability of blood collection supplies across all public health facilities. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator for Nandi County, the Honorable Charanki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Request for a statement on government support towards the repatriation of deceased Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense, and Foreign Relations on a matter of national concern regarding government support towards the repatriation of the deceased Kenyans abroad. Mr. Speaker, sir, as you are aware, many families continue to face significant financial and logistical challenges when their loved ones pass away outside the country. In several instances, the families are forced to delay burials, conduct public fundraisers, or abandon repatriation altogether due to the high costs associated with transporting remains back to Kenya for burial. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the statement, the committee should address the following: the existing policy and administrative frameworks that guide government support towards the repatriation of deceased Kenyans. Number two, Mr. Speaker, the number of times the government has provided financial support in the repatriation of deceased Kenyans from 2021-2022 financial year to date, including details on the total amount of money spent for the purpose over the said period. Speaker, sir, number three, whether the government should consider establishing a dedicated fund and instituting the necessary protocols to guarantee financial support to bereaved families that are unable to meet the repatriation costs. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the steps taken by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs in collaboration with the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection and other relevant government institutions to ensure that Kenyan migrant workers are adequately covered under insurance schemes or employer-supported repatriation arrangements so as to reduce the financial burden on families in case of death and eliminate the need for financial support from government. Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence into my second statement, request for a statement on compensation and government response to victims of seasonal flooding across the country. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense, and Foreign Relations on a matter of national concern regarding the devastating impact of the recent floods across the country. Mr. Speaker, sir, the ongoing heavy rains have led to loss of lives, injuries, displacement of families, and destruction of homes, businesses, and public infrastructure. While seasonal rains are expected, the scale and recurrence of flooding highlight systemic governance failures, particularly in a storm water drainage management and disaster preparedness. These circumstances raise urgent questions about the adequacy of relief measures and compensation for the affected citizens, where almost 71 Kenyans have died. In the statement, the committee should address the following: one, the confirmed number of fatalities, injuries, displaced persons, and the estimated value of property lost since 6th March 2026, the night of one of the worst floods experienced in the country. Number two, Mr. Speaker, the relief assistance extended to affected families, including emergency shelter, food, medical care, and other humanitarian support. Number three, the compensation and support provided or planned for families who lost loved ones and for those whose property was destroyed, including the number of households and businesses that have received compensation or financial assistance following flood-related disasters from 2021 to date, and the total amount disbursed during that period. Number four, Mr. Speaker, sir, the existence and adequacy of a national disaster compensation fund, including eligibility criteria, available resources, and disbursement timelines. Mr. Speaker, sir, and the final one, the coordination mechanisms between national and county governments to ensure timely compensation, rehabilitation, and long-term reforms in disaster response in the country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator for Kisumu County, the Honorable Professor Tom Ojenda.
Is he watching brief or holding brief?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I've been requested by the Senior Counsel, Senator Ojenda, to read on his behalf.
But you know how to be retained, yeah?
I love to send a fee note, Mr. Speaker. For holding brief, twice.
Yeah, Honorable Senator, you are supposed to be retained in writing.
Yes, I do have on my phone, Mr. Speaker. He sent a message.
Kindly share that with the Speaker.
Yes.
Just approach the chair. This out of abundance of caution, Honorable. In the meantime, Senator Kathuri, you may proceed.
Honourable Speaker, there is a request for statement on the renewed and escalating banditry attacks in the northern grazing zone in Meru County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the renewed and escalating banditry attacks in the northern grazing zone in Meru County. In the statement, the committee should address the following. Number one, the factors that have contributed to the recurrence and escalation of banditry attacks in the northern grazing zone in Meru County, covering Tigania East, Tigania West, Egembe North, Egembe Central, and Bole constituencies, which have resulted in 21 raids, 22 injuries, and 3 reported cases of rape, and the loss of 1,806 livestock since the start of 2026. And two, Honourable Speaker, the status of the fulfillment of government promises to deploy a well-equipped multidisciplinary security team along with additional armed personnel carriers, increase investment in security infrastructure and modern technology, and recruit additional national police reservists, among the other proposed measures to address the issue. 3, the status of ongoing livestock recovery efforts, including whether there exists a mechanism to track stolen livestock and match them to their rightful owners. And 4, the measures being considered to address the challenges being faced in restoring normalcy in the region, as well as long-term strategies to effectively tackle the security challenges in the region. And 5, the immediate steps the government is taking to ensure provision of necessary assistance to the affected residents, including support for burial arrangements, settlement of hospital bills, and supply of food and other basic necessities. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Senator Manzo, you may proceed.
Request for a statement on the rise of mobile money fraud and digital financial services scam in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense, and Foreign Relations on a matter of national concern regarding the growing prevalence of mobile money fraud, digital impersonation schemes, and other technology-enabled financial scams affecting citizens across the country. Kenya's rapid adoption of digital financial services and mobile money platforms has significantly expanded financial inclusion and transformed the country's economic landscape. However, this progress has also been accompanied by an increase in sophisticated cyber-enabled financial crimes, including fraudulent mobile money transactions, SIM swap schemes, digital impersonation, and other forms of online fraud that target unsuspecting members of the public. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the total number of reported cases of mobile money fraud, SIM swap incidents, and other forms of digital financial scams recorded nationally from the year 2023 to date, together with the corresponding financial losses incurred during this period. 2, the measures currently being undertaken by the National Computer Coordination Committee and Secretariat to investigate, apprehend, and prosecute individuals and criminal networks involved in cyber-enabled financial crimes. 3, the coordination mechanism in place between law enforcement agencies, telecommunication services providers, and financial institutions aimed at preventing, detecting, and responding effectively to incidents of mobile money fraud and related cyber threats. And finally, 4, steps be taken by the State Department for Internal Security and National Administration to strengthen consumer protection frameworks and enhance public awareness on digital financial scams, including initiatives intended to educate the public on how to identify, prevent, and report such fraudulent activities. Senator Professor, I read on behalf of Senator Professor Tom Ojenda, Senior Counsel, MP, Senator for Kisumu County, 16th March 2026. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senators, I will allow comments for not more than 15 minutes. If you get an opportunity to speak, kindly do so for not more than 3 minutes. The Honorable Senator Alexander Mundigi.
Okay, asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa nafasi niweze kuchangia statement ambaye ni ya Senator wa Kitui, Senator Wambua Bishop, kuhusu mambo ya agriculture. Siku hizi agriculture, kila kitu yote katika agriculture, hata mzee ama mtoto wanafaa waangalie mambo ya agriculture na mambo ya agriculture. Kwa hiyo statement alikuwa inagusia zile county ambazo hazina mvua ya kutosha. Bwana Spika, ningeomba governors wawe wakinjua mvua ya March ya mwezi wa 3 wawe wakipeana chakula kama mwezi wa kwanza na wa pili, kwa sababu unaona kama sasa njuzi walijaribu sana kupeana chakula ya kupanda, lakini bahati mbaya hata saa hii wanapeana, lakini mvua ilinyesha kama hawajapeana mbegu na mvua ikakuja mapema. Kama ni mwezi wa 8 tunajua mvua ni ya mwezi wa 10 na 11, wakipeana chakula ya kupanda kama mwezi wa 7 na wa 9. Kwa hiyo ningeomba Bwana Speaker, governors wote ambaye wale wametoka kwa hizo county wao wakipanga mambo zao mapema.
What is your point of order, Senator Fomeru?
Bwana Spika, nimefuatilia kwa vizuri sana maoni ya Senator wa Embu, lakini nashindwa kupata hii chakula ya kupanda ni chakula ipi, Mheshimiwa Spika, sababu chakula ya kupanda sielewi hiyo ni nini. Najaribu kufikiria lakini sipati. So pia nafuatilia ile hoja ililetwa na Senator wa Kitui, sababu ni hoja ya maana sana wakati huu wa kupanda mbegu.
Senator Mundigi, ni chakula gani hii?
Asante Bwana Spika, chakula ya kupanda ni mahindi, maharagwe, ni mbegu. Kama akuelewa Senator wa Meru, Senator wa Meru, Kadhuri, Wakakofia, kama ukuelewa chakula ya kupanda ni maharagwe na mahindi, pia na vile mbegu zingine. Ya pili Bwana Spika, pia wakimaliza kupeana wajaribu sana zile county mambo ya fertilizer siwe wakipeana mapema, ndio kila kwa kijiji wawe na fertilizer ya kupanda, kwa sababu ya kuweka na mbolea pia, kwa sababu watu wengi wanateseka. Kama sasa hizo pesa imetumika, saa hii mvua imeondoka, sasa unaona saa ingine kama haitaangaliwa vizuri utakuta hizo pesa wametumia itakuwa ni kazi mburi. Kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, mimi ikiwa mwenyekiti mdogo wa kamati ya agriculture naunga mkono hiyo statement ambaye ni ya Senator wa Kitui. Na nikiunga mkono Kitui iko pale, Embu iko pale, Tharaka Nithi na Meru na pia Northeastern. Asante Bwana Spika. Ni mimi Senator wa Embu County, Alexander Daktari Mundigi.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Mundigi. Kiswahili sanifu ni mbegu za nafaka. Kwa hivyo Senator Edi Gisheru. Senator Edi Gisheru. Nafikiri amekuelewa vizuri.
Asante.
Senator wa Embu, utabidi upate mafunzo kutoka kwa Senator wa Mombasa ili uzungumze Kiswahili sanifu. Sawa? Hakuna haja ujibu.
ataunga hiyo mkono.
Mheshimiwa Mundigi, Kiswahili ni Kiswahili, hakuna Kiswahili ya Nairobi ama Kiswahili cha Mombasa. Senator Eddie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think Kiswahili, but there is English from the lake. So I will try and keep it with the English from the lake. And Honorable Senator Mundigi, English is also a good language. You can come and learn it from the lake. That said, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to comment very quickly on the statement by Honorable Senator General Gay on the issue of floods. Mr. Speaker, this flood issue is becoming a serious crisis, and I think that it needs to be given the serious attention that it needs. In fact, I think, Mr. Speaker, that it would be important that if it were possible, this committee should handle this issue as a matter of urgency, because the floods are ongoing now, and probably we have a multi-sectorial conversation about what is the integrated agency that is working on dealing with these flood issues in the counties. Because, Mr. Speaker, I just came from Migori County. I spent the last weekend, from Thursday all the way to Sunday, trying to intervene in the status of Migori County floods, Mr. Speaker. Even where you give food items or non-food items for victims who have got serious flood crisis, it is not enough, because you give them food today, you give them blankets today, you give them mattresses, but they are still affected by the same overflowing waters. And some of this is because the dikes and polders in these areas have since destroyed with these floods. A place like Kabuto in Nyatike, you find that those dikes are not working at all. So food alone is not enough. The prevention mechanism for these floods is an ongoing problem. You go to Budalangi, I was in Budalangi the other time, Mr. Speaker, as well. It's a crisis there as well. Where can we get recourse, Mr. Speaker, when these multi-agencies are not only working, are only working on intervention and response instead of mitigation of this ongoing crisis of floods? Because it's something that we know every year, Mr. Speaker. So can we have this serious investment in the infrastructure to also invest in the infrastructure to deal with dikes and polders, to make sure that places like Nyora, Kabuto, Budalangi, a place called Angugo in Nyatike, a place called Ochingorua in Migori County, that is in town, a place called Pandi. Can we make sure that there is infrastructure to make sure that people are not affected with these waters? And Mr. Speaker, I'm passionate about this because in Migori County, this has been coupled with an issue of insecurity as well. While my people are suffering on the floods, Mr. Speaker, they are also suffering in the hands of the police who are in Makalda, Nyatike, Mr. Speaker. The same constituency. While they're suffering with floods, now police are there because of an incident that happened where there was a confrontation between the police and the locals, and a police station was burnt down by the people because the police were not responding to an issue of ongoing killing of people who are doing M-Pesa businesses and people who are in the gold mine, Mr. Speaker. And now the police there are terrorizing people there, Mr. Speaker. So you've got a double tragedy in Nyatike. People are dying in floods, and then people are being harassed by the police, Mr. Speaker, in this kind of scenario. I hope, Mr. Speaker, that...
Senator Kisang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to make a comment on the statement by Senator for the Raganithi on linear incinerator at Kenyatta National Hospital. Honorable Speaker, you know, Kenyatta National Referral Hospital is the first and the largest referral hospital in East and Central Africa, Honorable Speaker, and it's unfortunate that they only have one radiology machine for cancer patients, Honorable Speaker. This is something that the Health Committee in this House and also National Assembly need to push so that KNH is allocated resources to buy one additional or even two more, Honorable Speaker, because it is, I'm sure the cancer patients are also lining a long queue waiting to be attended by the doctors at KNH, Honorable Speaker. This is a very serious matter that the management and the board of KNH need to look into. and make it as an agency, as a matter of urgency, Honorable Speaker, so that our people may get attention. Honorable Speaker, the old one that is there has broken down. I also wonder why the suppliers of the machine should not have maintained the machine, because it's unfortunate that the machine has been down for a while now. Honorable Speaker, the other one that I also wanted to make a comment was on a blood bank, that there is shortage of blood in the country for patients. And I remember when we were in school those days, every second term or so, there used to be a campaign going around secondary schools for students to donate blood. I don't know why that exercise has stopped these days, because we have regional banks in Kisumu, we have one in Eldoret, and the National Bank, blood bank is in Nairobi. So we want the management of these particular institutions are sleeping on the job. They need to do serious campaign. Students are there. You only need to give them soda and bread. I think that's what we used to get those days when we were in school. They need to do a serious campaign, because people are willing to donate blood to save lives. If there are accidents, cancer patients also, especially those who are anemic, will be assisted. I mean, there has been systemic failure generally in the country, especially in the health sector, Honorable Speaker, that needs an urgent attention. Maybe this House should do an inquiry, especially the health committee, so that these small issues that doesn't need resources even. What resources do you need for people to donate blood? Very minimum. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Richard Onyonka. Senator Onyonka.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity. I am actually interested in talking about the statement that has been raised by Hezena on the regulatory oversight and patient safety in pharmaceutical practice in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, this matter is very weighty. The reason for that is that if you talk to many of the people who run hospitals, and including even in some of our counties where the hospitals are essentially sometimes running on their own, the problem that is there is that we do not have a very strict, standardized approach to how we handle medicines. We don't have a very strict regimen on how the poisons board handles issues of serum, which is used for the treatment of people who've gotten snake bites. On top of that, Mr. Speaker, the medicines that help our people most, including malaria tablets, are mostly being attacked by the scrupulous capitalists that we have in our country who would like to make fake medicine and sell it to our hospitals. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, this statement is very weighty, and I hope that the committee that will handle it can begin to think, one, what is the best practice in other countries where they have succeeded in maintaining and controlling the use of drugs and pharmaceuticals. Number two, the other issue that, Mr. Speaker, that I think this committee should be engaged in is that in other jurisdictions and indeed other countries, there are certain basic medicines that the government actually produces. I don't know that in our country why we have never done this. If you go to certain jurisdictions, as I've said, you'll find they make malarials, they're very simple medicines which help our people treating some of these medicines that don't need referral cases. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that we can have a proper way on how we can audit our pharmacies, where they are, their geolocations. And the other thing, Mr. Speaker, that has been quite amazing when we go out, especially with our Committee on Health, you'll find that you have individuals who are actually opening pharmaceuticals right outside their hospitals. And the reason for that, Mr. Speaker, is obvious. They want the owners of those pharmacies are the ones who are actually dispensing medicine from government health centers. Can we even agree that we create a standard so that some of those pharmaceuticals cannot be put or located within a certain radius of where we have those hospitals. And I think the committee is seized of this issue, and I believe they'll come up with substantive way on how we can manage.
Senator Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Let me make quick observations on the statement by the Deputy Speaker and the Senator for Meru, that this issue of cattle rustling and banditry is very unfortunate. Mr. Speaker, it's so sad. Since the beginning of the year 2026, close to 2,000 livestock have been lost in that region of Igembe, Mr. Speaker, and part of Igembe Central and the Gania West, Mr. Speaker. And almost over 21 deaths have occurred since the beginning of the year, and a number of fatalities and loss of cause of property and destruction, Mr. Speaker. Even what shocks the Deputy Inspector General of Police, after he left the area where this conflict is happening, one person was killed. So it means the bandits are so emboldened that they no longer fear the police, Mr. Speaker. Even the promises of the cabinet minister in charge of Interior have been just wishy-washy, Mr. Speaker. You remember he appeared on a number of occasions when we asked him on the issue of banditry, especially in Meru, let alone Marsabit, let alone Elgeyo Marakwet, Mr. Speaker. Those promises have just remained promises, Mr. Speaker. I think, and I want to propose, that that area of Meru region, Mr. Speaker, must be gazetted as disturbed area and allow anti-stock theft police unit to move in and other special forces so that once and for all, we can deal with that criminal lawlessness in that region once and for all, Mr. Speaker. And I hope the people of Meru will find peace and solace and be able to graze their animals, Mr. Speaker, in peace, Mr. Speaker. And we hope the Deputy Speaker will get our necessary support. Mr. Speaker, finally, on the issue of Kenyatta National Hospital, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what is happening with our referral hospitals, because Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital has a similar problem, Mr. Speaker. Can you believe this machine called linear accelerator, Mr. Speaker, has been dysfunctional for a number of months, close to 1 year. And Mr. Speaker, this is an important machine in treating radiotherapy, especially cancer, Mr. Speaker. And we know we lose 36,000 Kenyans annually to cancer deaths, Mr. Speaker. Cancer being the third killer in this country, cause of death in the country, Mr. Speaker. There are 48,000 new cases of cancer in this country, and most of them are treated at Kenyatta National Hospital, Mr. Speaker. We cannot take it, Mr. Speaker. I want to challenge the CEO and the board and the cabinet secretary in charge of health to move with speed. What we are seeing in Kenyatta National Hospital is embarrassing. What we are seeing in Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital is embarrassing, Mr. Speaker. We must ensure, Mr. Speaker, that the money that goes to the Ministry of Health are able to fix some of these machines, Mr. Speaker. When I saw the news, Mr. Speaker, of patients that are lining up to get treatment of cancer, Mr. Speaker, and you and me know, if you are not affected with this cancer, every weekend, Mr. Speaker, we attend every funeral. At least 1 or 2 people die because of cancer, Mr. Speaker. While we appreciate that SHA is covering some of the costs, we must fix this machine, the linear accelerator machine that uses to treat cancer in Kenyatta National Hospital. And I hope CEO Lisiambe and the board of Kenyatta National Hospital must move with speed and address this issue, Mr. Speaker. And you have to know that I've worn the orange tie as a support to broad-based government, Mr. Speaker, because it belongs to the ODM. We are lingering ground. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Maanzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to comment on the statement by Senator Cheregai. Mr. Speaker, there are quite a number of Kenyans, especially right now, stuck in the Middle East. And the situation is so pathetic that there is war in the area, and the flights are not even making it. And even the worst case scenario is the Kenyans who travel to Russia. I followed the CS for Foreign Affairs last night's interview from Moscow, and he sounded helpless, and that the Kenyans who have died there, or the ones held hostage, or the ones who have died at the war front, no one can account for them, and there's no mechanism. Yet they had a Kenyan passport, yet somebody pretending or authorized by law here send these people to a foreign country And when something happens like that, even with the bilaterals which must exist between ourselves and Russia, it seems there is no way that these bodies will come back home, Mr. Speaker. I think it's a very tough, and this House has to give direction in this matter. For a lot of times, Mr. Speaker, it is members of parliament who have ended up repatriating, bodies from abroad. Eventually, they go to their senator or they go to their member of parliament, and the member of parliament has to go to their pocket, Mr. Speaker, to bring these bodies home. It has happened to me twice now from Middle East, and it is extremely challenging. And even one time from Seychelles, to really go into a very big expense to bring somebody from Makueni constituency home who had died there. And in fact, their policy is that the Muslim culture they bury in a day. If it is in a country where they cremate like Seychelles, they want to cremate in a day. They don't even have facility to keep a dead body, Mr. Speaker. So we really need, the House needs to come out strong on this particular issue so that we have a policy, we have a method, we have a foreign affairs relations which can negotiate so that a parent in Kenya cannot be told that their son could be dead or is dead and there is no way the body can come home, Mr. Speaker. So I think this is a matter the House must really take seriously. It's a crisis, especially if this war in Middle East continues. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I second.
Senator Chimera.
Asante sana Bwana Spika kwa fursa hii. Nipende tu kupeana changizo zangu fupi kwa hoja ambayo imeletwa na Mheshimiwa Senator kutoka Nandi, Mheshimiwa Senator Cherargei. Na nimpongeze kwamba leo hii ameleta hoja muhimu sana katika bunge letu hili. Sio ile tabia yake Mheshimiwa Spika ya kubweka tu, yeye uzungumzia mambo mengine ambayo saa zingine Mheshimiwa Spika mambo ambayo Senator Cherargei huzungumzia saa zingine Bwana Spika ni mambo ambayo
Senator Fernandez.
Mheshimiwa Spika, nafahamiana ya kwamba Senator Chimera hii ni awamu yake ya kwanza. Hakuna kubweka katika bunge la Seneti. Ni kuongea, kuwakilisha. Nafikiri Mheshimiwa Spika, kama Kiswahili imemchanganya kidogo atumie Kimombo. Aniombe msamaha, aombe ridhaa na atoe katika ansadi la bunge la Seneti. Sitakubali Mheshimiwa Spika. Na awajibike. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kweli ananiharibia jina. Bweka ni umbwa tu, si binadamu.
Na Senator Chimera.
Bwana Spika, Mheshimiwa Cherargei hawezi nifunza Kiswahili Bwana Spika. Mimi nimetohoa tu Bwana Spika, na kama haelewi basi nitaweza kumfunza Kiswahili nje ya jumba hili. Lakini ilikuwa niseme tu kwamba sikuzungumzia kwa muktadha wa kuwa ndani ya jumba hili Bwana Spika. Lakini yale
Chimera,
mambo
mambo
Bwana Spika.
Umezungumza ukasema kwamba leo Senator wa Nandi amezungumza jambo muhimu, si kama zile siku zingine ambazo anabweka. Inamaanisha kwamba zile siku zingine hazungumzi jambo la maana, amezungumza tu jambo la maana hivi leo, na hiyo si lugha mzuri ya bunge. Tafadhali toa maneno yale, ondoa maneno yale, na pia umuombe msamaha mwenzako na uendelee kuzungumza, umalize muda wako.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa mawazo hayo Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, nichukue fursa hii ni ombe msamaha na nitoe maneno hayo. Lakini tu nimkumbushe Mheshimiwa Cherargei kwamba kuna masuala mengine yakiwa nje ya bunge hili hafai kuzungumzia. Wazungu sema kwamba there are certain things that are beyond his pay grade Bwana Spika. Anaelewa anazungumzia nini Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, tukirudi kwa mada ya hoja hii Bwana Spika, ninachukua nafasi hii nimpongeze sana Mheshimiwa Cherargei. Bwana Spika, tunafahamu wananchi wengi, hususan wananchi wangu kutoka kaunti ya Kwale, wao usafiri kwenda nchi za kigeni, hususan za kighaibuni, Saudia, wakitafuta ajira Bwana Spika, ama kwenda kufanya kazi katika nchi zile. Na kama ilivyo hali halisi ya binadamu Bwana Spika, wao hupoteza maisha na inakuwa ngumu sana kuletwa nchini Kenya ama kaunti ya Kwale kuja kuzikwa Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo nimeona kwamba hoja hii ambayo Mheshimiwa Seneta ameileta ni hoja muhimu sana, na ninajua watu wangu wengi usafiri, na wakati wanapofariki Bwana Spika, wao hukumbwa na changamoto nyingi sana kuleta mili ile nchini Kenya ili kuja kufanyiwa mazishi Bwana Spika. Na Bwana Spika, ninashangaa ni kwa nini mtu ateseke kutafuta ajira, apate ajira, kwa bahati mbaya aweze kufariki kule nchi za ng'ambo, na iwe shida na ngumu sana na vigumu zaidi kuleta mwili wake kuja kustiriwa nchini Kenya. Kwa hivyo mimi nampongeza sana kwa hoja hii, na nipatie kamati ile nafasi na niwaombe wakati wanafanya uchunguzi huu Bwana Spika, waweze kuhakikisha kwamba hii fedha ambayo imetangazwa hapa ya kwamba ambayo itaweza kuwasaidia mili ya watu wetu iletwe kwa haraka iwezekanavyo, iweze kushughulikiwa kwa haraka iwezekanavyo Bwana Spika, ili serikali yetu hii ya Mheshimiwa William Samoei Ruto iweze kuwasaidia wale ambao wanapoteza maisha katika hali ya kutafuta kule nje. Asante Bwana Spika kwa hayo machache.
Senator Olekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make some brief comments on a very, very important statement brought by the distinguished senator from Kisumu on the issue of cybercrime and mobile fraud. Mr. Speaker, the biggest question that I have today is that does the rapid fintech growth in the country outpasses defenses in terms of our vulnerability? Mr. Speaker, our financial institutions just last year lost about $1.5 billion in terms of fraud. And when you look at this, it has surged heavily to about 264% when it comes to the issue of mobile fraud. So the question is, are we failing as a nation to be able to protect the citizens? Mr. Speaker, the distinguished senator has asked the Committee on ICT to interrogate and have a sit-down with a very, very important committee, which is the National Computer Coordination Committee and Secretariat. And if you know the Secretariat, who sits in that Secretariat, you will know that it's very, very important issues to do with security in this country. Mr. Speaker, the people who are more vulnerable are people who we represent, mostly people who have got very limited education backgrounds, people who, when it comes to an issue of SIM swaps, then they just go and they swap it, or other people can be able to swap the SIM. They take the money which is in their mobile. And a lot of families are actually languishing now in poverty because they save money, and then because of lack of control, lack of defenses in this fintech growth, people lose their money. So, Mr. Speaker, beside the committee looking or interrogating this very important committee, I think it's about time that we look at the laws on cybercrime in this country. It's about time that we tighten the controls. Whenever you go to an M-Pesa agent and they have this book from either Safaricom where you write your ID number, do you ever ask yourself what happens to your ID at that particular time? So, Mr. Speaker, this statement is very, very important. And we should be very keen on statements that are brought that protects our citizens and also ourselves, Mr. Speaker. I think in this country today, we have very weak identity protections in the sense that anyone can go to a Safaricom agent and, swap their SIM cards. It is about time now that the ICT committee looks at the law, looks at the role that is played by this very, very important secretariat, and see how we can tighten it so that we make it difficult for anyone to just get a line. Today, Mr. Speaker, I dare say, if you take your ID and you check how many lines you have, you'll find that there are about 10 or 20. I know county governments that have so many IDs. You'll find agents, the ones who collect revenue in like cess collections. You'll find that if you run an ID card of one of those cess collectors, you'll find that they have about 10 SIM cards registered to them. And if you follow the history of it, at some point, you will see that that SIM card was lost, and it's now registered to somebody else because they collected a lot of money, which is money that was meant to go to support the community. But now that money, since they have kept the record for some time, they throw it away. So, Mr. Speaker, we really need to relook at our regulations we need to be able to ensure that we tighten laws that governs our identity. It is also important because currently, Mr. Speaker, this is a systemic failure caused by our idea to embrace technology without really asking ourselves, how do we protect ourselves from this technology? I think Central Bank, telecommunication companies, and the Communication Authority of Kenya must have a sit down. This secretariat must pull up its socks to be able to ensure that they protect the citizens. It is not just every Tom, Dick, and Harry comes up and say, I want to register a fintech company, and they are given a license. Why can't we do a serious KYC? Look at what they're doing. These companies that are providing financial services, where are they coming from, Mr. Speaker? That is the question that the distinguished senator is asking, and I think it should worry us that we are losing a lot of resources.
Senator Kathuri.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity again to make a brief comment on the statement requested by the Senator for Kitui County, Senator Enoch Wambua. Mr. Speaker, the issue was that trying to address in his statement is how farmers in the island and island areas can get good seeds, that is certified seeds for planting during this season, Mr. Speaker. You know, to attain food security, every farmer should be encouraged, Mr. Speaker, to grow his crops, to grow maize, beans, sorghum, and any other crop that they can be able to produce. Mr. Speaker, the challenge that the farmers have, and was addressing this matter only to the county governors, Mr. Speaker, is how they can get affordable and certified seeds, especially the seeds that can grow in households, Mr. Speaker. But not forgetting also there is a role that the national government also plays in agriculture, especially in policy formulation. Mr. Speaker, every fertilizer is currently imported by the national government through the National Cereals and Produce Board. And Mr. Speaker, the county governments only gets to store or just to store in the warehouses that are certified. Mr. Speaker, so the national government has an obligation also to ensure that fertilizer is available. Actually, the last mile for fertilizer should be at the one level, Mr. Speaker. But nowadays, you will find out that fertilizer is only delivered to the county headquarters. The people from far-flung areas are unable to get fertilizer on time so that they can prepare their land for planting, Mr. Speaker. So I think the seeds should not only be availed for the areas with arid and semi-arid ecological zones, but also to even to the high potential areas, because that is where we have the green basket. Even high potential areas should be supported to produce enough food, so that also when the food fail, due to this rain-fed agriculture, even when food fail in the arid and semi-arid lands, food will still be available in the high potential areas, and Kenya will be self-sufficient in food production. So, Mr. Speaker, we want to support that idea, and also to say we really need a policy for those people who die while outside this country. Mr. Speaker, you know, people are now moving a lot through the government programs to the countries outside there to get employment and to do the work there. Mr. Speaker, when there are calamities and they die, Mr. Speaker, it becomes very, very difficult for them to be repatriated. Families have suffered, so we really need a policy in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the State Department of Diaspora Affairs, so that Kenyans who die outside the country can be able to be repatriated back, and with the minimal cost, the government can actually foot those bills for those Kenyans.
Senator Hezana.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a comment on the statement by the Deputy Speaker of the Senate and the distinguished senator for Meru County. on the rise of banditry in the northern part of Meru. Mr. Speaker, the magical north has so much potential and room for development. While we are witnessing flooding in Nairobi because of overcrowding, the northern part is witnessing flooding of banditry. It is very ironical that this particular region is where we have the Batuk, the British training unit, we have the KDF unit, and we also have the American forces over there. And the irony is that the same place where all these forces are confined still has very little security as far as the communities around the region are concerned. I do not know if this is a very well planned agenda to ensure that that area is very hostile for human survival or existence, to be able to take away these lands. That needs to be investigated and thoroughly. Mr. Speaker, but I want to concentrate on the issue on compensation. Anytime there is a problem with the farmers in this country, we hear that they have been compensated with immediate effect. But it looks like whenever our cows, our livestock is stolen, our lives are lost, nobody thinks about compensation, probably because we are people of a lesser God. It is important that the PS in charge of livestock, who appeared before one of our committees for agriculture recently, takes that matter very seriously, or it is time for him to quit office if he's unable to do what he was employed to do. Mr. Speaker, after every banditry attack, our people are impoverished. They are sent back to square one, where they have to begin afresh. They do not have factories, they do not have industries, they don't have water to be able to partake in agriculture. All they depend on is the livestock. If their cows are taken and lives are lost, definitely there will be a retaliation. It is high time that the national government prioritizes taking companies and factories from the crowded industrial area to the northern part of Kenya. We have enough land. We are ready to offer land for factories, for manufacturing, for investors in the manufacturing sector, as long as our people find an alternative. But when we continue coming to this floor to speak about banditry, that our people are being attacked, when very little is done, nobody is thinking out of the box. It will be a repetitive circle of criminal activities and a repetitive continuation of poverty, Mr. Speaker. Last but not least, Mr. Speaker, I know that the northern part of Meru borders my county, Isiolo County, and I think Laikipia County. And I know I cannot say that the Marians in that region are farmers. They are equally pastoralists like us. So when we talk about diversification of means of livelihood, we are talking about Kenyan citizens from about 4 counties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senate Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to comment on 2 statements quickly. One is on the issue of challenges being faced at Kenyatta National Hospital, and just put it on record that perhaps it's time our health committee did actually pay a visit to this particular health institution. I know very well that over the years, due to neglect, and it's good because as I say this, the chairperson of the health committee is here. I'm not sure, though, whether he's listening to my comments, Mr. Speaker. I know that as a Senate, we have no powers to do budgetary allocation, but they can surely and certainly plead with our colleagues in the National Assembly that that referral hospital, given the number of Kenyans that rely on it for services, Mr. Speaker, it is about time that there is a holistic approach into funding the operations of Kenyatta National Hospital to ensure that it has the requisite budgetary support, Mr. Speaker, to fulfill and meet the request and the demand for services by ordinary Kenyans. While at it, Mr. Speaker, I know there has been conversations about Nairobi Hospital as well, and I have seen some characters, particularly people who don't have any agenda for this country in the opposition, trying to make mockery of the fact that there is need to rescue that particular hospital. Mr. Speaker, I agree with those that are arguing that that hospital is equally as important as any other hospital in this country. The last time I took a patient to Nairobi Hospital, Mr. Speaker, I could tell that there is a problem in this hospital. Every person, right from the doctors to the nurses, unlike in the past where you'd make your payments using your health insurance card, everybody was asking for their payments in cash and on M-Pesa, including the doctors, Mr. Speaker. That tells you there is a challenge. And in an institution of that stature, Mr. Speaker, I hope that a quick resolution of that matter can be achieved so that the hospital can continue to offer services to other Kenyans. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, we'll find ourselves in a situation where we are squeezing the little space that is already non-existent in other national referral hospitals, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Senator Omtata.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I would like to comment on the statement by Senator Ojenda on the rise on mobile money fraud. Mr. Speaker, I think there should be we should have the capacity to deal with this thing in real time. These people masquerade with these phones, with these fake numbers and con people. People can be traced. And our CID have got a capacity to do so with IMAs and what have you. So I think there should be a mechanism within the police whereby they take this action seriously. Just the other day, somebody was trying to con me. I applied for a new meter back in my village, and I don't know how that information got in the hands of the fraudsters, who called me just as I received a bill of 156,000 shillings. No sooner had I received the bill on my phone than somebody calls me, and this is yesterday, somebody calls me and says, we are from Kenya Power. We are out to be able to do ABCD. We can reduce your bill, and we are on this. We want to go and check the site. But when I followed up with Kenya Power, they said, we have not called you. Just we have only sent you the bill, we have not called you. So this thing looks like it's a web of people who should be able to be followed. I forwarded the number to Safaricom. I hope they'll be able to engage the police and with the technology today to be able to locate that fraudster. So it's a serious issue, and I think it deserves the attention of the Republic. I also want to talk on the question of the season of floods. I come from Busia, and Budalangi is an area that is plagued with floods. And some of the floods could be mitigated by habits of farming. If you go to Western Kenya today, you'll find that, like in my own village where I grew up, the river that used to flow through my village, you could not cross it. Today it's just a trickle. And if you look at the farming habits, Mr. Speaker, sir, the coming of sugarcane has resulted in people draining swamps, so we hardly have any wetland. So there's need to have a comprehensive intervention and also to ensure that wetlands are protected. And like for Bunyala area, we need some intervention to be able to desilt the rivers. The rivers can't flow into the lakes that are full. If you go there, sometimes you see the lake standing like a pillar. We also need to talk to people in Uganda with the Owen Falls to see that they allow enough water to flow out. That's my light has come on. I wanted to also talk about the question of snake bites. Snake bites are a serious issue, and people die out of snake bites, and there's no reason why we should not be able to stock this kind of materials. I went to my hospital in the immediate neighborhood in Kocholia on Sunday this past week, and I was shocked at the level of understocking of essential medicines for first responders. Because first aid, snake bite should be like for first responders, and we have lost lives. So, Mr. Speaker, I think these are important motions, and I support them, and I pray that the parties who are going to address them
Senator Derito John.
Asante sana Bwana Spika kunipa fursa hii. Kwanza kabisa nataka kuchangia taarifa ambayo umeileta wewe mwenyewe kama seneta wa Meru. Bwana Spika, wizi wa mifugo umekuwa doda sugu katika kaunti ya Laikipia, kaunti ya Isiolo, kaunti ya Meru, kaunti ya Baringo na vile vile kaunti ya Elgeyo Marakwet. Bwana Spika, kwanza kabisa kuna hawa polisi wa akiba. Polisi wa akiba, Bwana Spika, wamekuwa wakilipwa hela zao zikiwa zinachelewa. Na wanalipwa hela kidogo sana, Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo hawa ndugu zetu polisi wa akiba wakilipwa hela zao kwa wakati unaofaa, pengine watasaidia katika ile hali ya kuleta usalama. Bwana Spika, vile vile huu wizi si wizi wa kawaida. Kunaonekana kuna wale mabwanyenye ambao wamefanya hii biashara wizi wa mifugo kuwa jambo la kawaida. Bwana Spika, nimefanya utafiti wa huu wizi wa mifugo. Unapata ya kwamba yule ambaye anayefungulia mifugo ama wale ambao wanavizia mtu anapo pale malishoni, alafu yule ambaye anasukuma wale mifugo na yule ambaye anaenda kununua wale mifugo ni watu ambao wana usemi mkubwa, Bwana Spika. Ndiposa unaona jambo hili haliishi. Bwana Spika, ni hivi juzi tu waziri wa usalama Mheshimiwa Kipchumba Murkomen alitembelea kaunti ya Laikipia pale mahali kunaitwa Doldor. Bwana Spika, hata baada yeye kutembea pale, kabla yeye, nakumbuka Kindiki alikuwa ametembea mahali papo hapo wakati chief alikuwa ameuawa. Bwana Spika, inakuwa ni kama jambo la kawaida huu wizi wa mifugo. Hili jambo linapaswa lichukuliwe kwa uzito unaofaa, Bwana Spika. Pengine serikali, kwa sababu jukumu la serikali ni kulinda mali na maisha ya wananchi, wale ambao wanaopoteza mifugo yao wanapaswa kupewa fidia na serikali. Pengine hivyo inaweza kusikia ule uzito na wachukulia hili jambo kwa uzito ambao unafaa, Bwana Spika. Kwa sababu sisi Laikipia, ukwenda area ya Ormoran, uende Glonyek, uende Dodo, uende Sosian, tunaishi kila wakati kwa hali ya taharuki kwa sababu ya huu wizi wa mifugo. Kwa hivyo kamati inayohusika inapaswa iliangazie hili jambo kwa undani. Bwana Spika, kuna taarifa ambayo imeletwa na seneta wa Kitui, Seneta Enoch, kuhusu mbegu na mbolea. Bwana Spika, kinga ni bora kuliko tiba, kwa sababu ni kinaya ama ni kejeri kusema ya kwamba utapatia watu wanaoishi katika sehemu kame kuwapatia chakula cha msaada, badala ya wakati huu ambapo angalau tuko katika msimu wa mvua, wakulima wapewe pembejeo, wakulima wapewe mbegu ambazo zinakubalika. Kama sehemu zile pengine wapewe mtama, Bwana Spika, wapewe wimbi, kwa sababu hizi ndizo mbegu ambazo zinaweza kunawiri hata wakati wa ukame. Bwana Spika, mbolea inapaswa si kuletwa katika miji, inapaswa kupelekwa katika zile sehemu ambazo watu wanalima, Bwana Spika. Si kuleta katika magala yako, kama mfano kupeleka na nyuki, badala
Honorable Senators, I have this communication to make on visiting teachers and students from Kuikui Senior School in Baringo County. Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon, visiting teachers and students from Kuikui Senior School in Baringo County. The delegation comprises 2 teachers and 46 students who are visiting the Senate for an academic exposition. Honorable Senators, on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to the delegation and wish them a fruitful running. Thank you. You know, Senators, the tradition of the Senate in Parliament is when visitors are around, you applaud them. the way you know. You are very fast to come to mention the Senator for Baringo, but you are not doing your duty. So, Senator Baringo County, we welcome the visitors in 1 minute.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to welcome the young learners from my county, Baringo. Mr. Speaker, Kuigui Secondary School is a school that I know. It is located in Baringo North, in Baringo County. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to welcome the young learners from Baringo. Kuigui Secondary School is a certain school in Baringo which performs very well. And as a county, as leaders, we are very, very proud of Kuigui Secondary School. So, Mr. Speaker, long time ago, when I was a student, I happened to visit this house, Mr. Speaker, and at this time, I stand here again representing the great county of Baringo. So the young learners who are here today, I wish them the good learning in the house, and one day, one of them will be the representative of Baringo once I'm done as their senator. So as they go back home, I wish them safe travels and say hi to their parents and continue working hard in your academics. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
One more thing is that I don't know whether your colleague, Senator Mandago, Senator Kenywa, have given you enough orientation that you must also see them at the end of, you might attend. So, Honorable Senators, we have overshot our statement hour with more than 40 minutes. And I can see almost 10 senators are lined up here with requests. So I think I want to give 2 this side and 2 this other side. Then we can conclude that business. Senator Tabitha Mutinda.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I want to briefly comment on the statement by Senator Cheredga in regards to the issues of the migrant workers. Mr. Speaker, not only repatriation of our beloved Kenyans when demise happens, it is also prudent that their loved ones, because we've had cases whereby some of them have given birth to beautiful children, but when they come back to the country, those children apparently have not been able to accompany their Kenyan parents back to their original soil, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy and I want to thank this House for supporting my labor migration bill that passed. It's currently at the National Assembly, and I know it will be able to address these issues widely. Mr. Speaker, quickly again, on 2 very key statements that touch on health, a committee that I serve with very much passion. And these 2 statements are one from Mheshimiwa Gataya and Mheshimiwa Seki in regards to the issues of Kenyatta National Hospital. Mr. Speaker, Senator Seki's statement talks about blood bags. Bags. The Swahili word is mifuko. How, for Christ's sake, Mr. Speaker, can we this time and era be lacking bags for collection of blood in this country? I mean, it's basic. This is lack of priority for what is needed, Mr. Speaker. It's a shame. Mr. Speaker, on the other hand, it's on the issue of the disease called cancer, Mr. Speaker. The statement by Mheshimiwa Gataya talks about the linear accelerator machine that has got issues and has not been repaired, hence having only 1 machine in a national hospital, Mr. Speaker. It's a shame. Cancer is one of the deadly diseases in this country. And actually, it should be declared a national disaster, Mr. Speaker. It is the high time, Mr. Speaker, that cancer should actually now be treated for free, because it is highly affecting. Almost in each and every homestead, there's an issue, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank SHA when they increased the amount from 550 to 850,000. But it is not enough if the same hospitals that Kenyans are depending on, case example, Kenyatta National Hospital, does not have a basic machine. No Kenyan should suffer, Mr. Speaker, or die from a disease that can be prevented or can be treated, Mr. Speaker, on the other hand. It needs early diagnosis, Mr. Speaker. Cancer is a disease that can be addressed, Mr. Speaker. And it is the high time the county hospitals, I was in the great county of Lamu the other day, and also the radiographers are scarce in this country, Mr. Speaker. And the few that are there should be motivated in across all the counties and at the national level, Mr. Speaker. They play a critical role, Mr. Speaker. Late diagnosis is what is killing our dear Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. It is the high time, Mr. Speaker, that even the medication of cancer, the cost should be extremely lowered, Mr. Speaker. We should be able to pass this, Mr. Speaker, because the same way HIV drugs today have been free, and people suffering from HIV have been able to move to hospitals and acquire and take these drugs, and they are proudly saying that we are on medication, Mr. Speaker. The same should be offered to people with cancer. The radiography machines, Mr. Speaker, should be added to each and every, especially the national hospital. How can we be having a national hospital like Kenyatta Hospital and they sit comfortable, Mr. Speaker? I urge my colleagues, when we'll be passing the division of revenue, kindly agree that we add more monies, but aimed at increasing more funding at the health sector, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you can do everything right. But when this disease hits you, Mr. Speaker, everything stops, Mr. Speaker. It is the high time that we support matters health, Mr. Speaker. And I want to...
Senator Mogeni Herrick.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I want to speak, Mr. Speaker, on the statement that has been brought to the House by my friend, Senator Mwenda Gatai. Mr. Speaker, for once, I'm doubting whether the contents of this statement are true. If indeed they are, then we have no country. Because, Mr. Speaker, if it is true, as stated by Senator Mwenda Gatai, that the only linear accelerator machine at our National Referral Hospital has been non-functioning, broken, not repaired for 2 months, then we have no business sitting here as leaders. Because, Mr. Speaker, cancer is not a disease to joke with. A delay of 2 months will be either a decision to save life or to lose our life, Mr. Speaker. Honestly, if we were serious, Mr. Speaker, we would have requested the CEO of this hospital to be here tomorrow to confirm to us whether there are people in those offices taking tea and mandazi funded by taxpayers when cancer patients are not getting treatment, Mr. Speaker. This statement is a test on our humanity. It's a test on our leadership, Mr. Speaker. When such a matter is brought to our attention, Mr. Speaker, we should down our tools, Mr. Speaker. What else are we doing as leaders if we cannot fight for the poor, Mr. Speaker? Anybody going to Kenyatta National Hospital, Mr. Speaker, has nowhere else to go. They are going to a government hospital where Article 43 of our Constitution can come to their aid, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, that denying these Kenyans a chance to be treated in that hospital would be subjecting them to a situation where they may sell their only small portion of land or even deny their own children a chance to go to school, Mr. Speaker. This is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. Chair of Health is in the House, Mr. Speaker. Let us get answers on this issue, Mr. Speaker, before we even adjourn our proceedings tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, cancer can push families to financial ruin completely, Mr. Speaker. If you deny a family a chance to get treatment at Kenyatta National Hospital, and you tell them to take an option of Aga Khan, Mr. Speaker, you may be driving them to poverty, Mr. Speaker. I'm appealing to my good friend, Senator for Uasin-Gishu, to do an extraordinary step and make us know whether it is indeed true that this machine has been broken for the last 2 months, Mr. Speaker. That's the only way those who are watching these proceedings can say, yes, indeed, we have a Senate of the Republic of Kenya that cares, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker, this is a reminder that we really need to have a proper universal health coverage, Mr. Speaker. Families should not be traveling from Meru, from Nyamira, from Kericho, from Nyeri to come and access these services at the only referral hospital in Nairobi. That's not the way to go. We are sending a message that devolution does not give hope to Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. Let us have true universal health coverage where these services, especially on cancer, can be availed to the people we represent at the county level. I support Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mandago Jackson, you know you chair the Health Committee, and a lot of issues has come your way by many speakers. So, as you maybe make your comment, also as from where the chair, we want this information soonest time possible. So I direct that maybe you give us the maximum time you can take as a committee to process this statement as a matter of priority. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, indeed, the matter that has been raised concerning Kenyatta National Hospital is a very critical matter. My committee is now seized of that matter, Honorable Speaker. Within a week, Honorable Speaker, we should be able to report to the House on that matter. And I want to assure honorable members that my committee will make a quick visit to Kenyatta National Hospital to ascertain the status of those machines so that we're able to give feedback to the House. However, Honorable Speaker, on the matter of cancer treatment, Honorable Speaker, is a matter of national interest. And I think this will not only be limited to Kenyatta National Hospital, but Honorable Speaker, all our county referral hospitals should actually be offering this service. And therefore, I want to agree with my colleague and a member of my committee that if this Honorable House, the Senate, can make sure that any additional resources we are adding to counties through the equitable share, we can provide for conditional allocation of funds for health. Honorable Speaker, when funds go to the counties, the competing priorities of the services that are being delivered makes it almost impossible for the health function to receive the requisite resources to be able to support even matters like cancer treatment, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we need to increase our human resource. The oncologists we have in this country are also few, and that is why most of these equipment are centralized in the national referral facilities. So it's a matter of national interest, and I would want to urge the House, even as we consider the division of revenue for the next financial year, Honorable Speaker, in the next budget, let's ensure that we put money as conditional allocation for counties to be able to use. It should also be noted, Honorable Speaker, that there is a concerted effort from the national government through the National Equipment Service Program, where all the national referral facilities have been given the opportunity to get the equipments through that arrangement, Honorable Speaker, that will not require immediate capital expenditure on procurement of the equipment, but on a placement model, Honorable Speaker, so that it is we pay for the use. Honorable Speaker, we expect the national referral facilities to move with speed and utilize that program to make sure we have sufficient equipment, but we also ask the ministry to increase the human resource required for that sector, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on the statement by Senator Ezena on a matter of interest on dispensing of drugs in one of the chemists in Eldoret, Honorable Speaker, we are seized of that matter. However, my committee will cross-check the facts, as it is. There have also been allegations that it was an attempted fraud, Honorable Speaker, on that matter. But since the statement has been raised, we are going as a committee to look into it. Finally, Honorable Speaker, on the matter of banditry, Honorable Speaker, national government is doing a good job. However, we want to ask the Cabinet Secretary for Interior to actually concentrate in Samburu, Meru, and parts of Turkana where we are still experiencing that. But we are grateful that Kerio Valley, that had become a deadbed. Honorable Speaker is now silent, and families have gone back to their farms. Farming is happening there. A lot of economic activities are going on. We only want to urge the State Department of Interior to enhance their efforts in the areas that are still being affected so that our people can go back. But we should not allow senators like Senator Kinyua to mislead the citizens of those counties that
Yes, Majority Leader.
A concern, I heard what the instructions that you gave to the Chair of Health Committee. You're very clear that he's the chairperson of the Health Committee, and therefore he should do a small brief in summary of many of the issues that are being canvassed. And I want to commend him because he covered quite a number of them. But he didn't cover the most important one, Mr. Speaker, which even myself as a majority leader have raised with him. Section 43 of the Social Health Authority Act, Mr. Speaker, demands of the Cabinet Secretary that at the end of 1 year, they should file a report with Parliament on the operations of the Social Health Authority. It is now more than 1 year since that happened, and it will be good to hear from the committee chairpersons if they have engaged the ministry and how far that report is. Mr. Speaker, the reason I want that report to come is to confirm a few statements of information that have been peddled by various senators in this House. I have seen a senator, including my good neighbor, Senator Mogeni, on many occasions say that there is nobody from Nyamira who has ever gone to a hospital and SHA paid their bill. Why I want that report, Mr. Speaker, is so that we can see whether there is anybody from Nyamira that has gone to hospital and have their bills paid, or there is absolutely no one. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Senator Okongo.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir, it's not right for my good friend, the Majority Leader, to misquote me. I've never stated that nobody has gone to hospital. And SHA, no, let's have the facts clear, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I've come here and said, Mr. Speaker, that under SHA, the benefits that are supposed to be enjoyed by the people are not properly defined. And I've stated here, Mr. Speaker, that I have instances where patients have gone to hospital, like this disease we are discussing this afternoon, cancer. They have incurred bills of up to the tune of 800 plus thousand. And then SHA has only paid a portion, about 15%, 146. And I've said, we cannot be pretending that SHA is serving the poor and the vulnerable when it only pays a small portion and leaves patients with a larger burden. That's what I've stated in this House. And Mr. Speaker, if I'm challenged, I'm willing to go to an extra mile and table those documents before this House. That's what I've stated.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, another continuous line of misinformation by Senator Mogeni. It will be important if Senator Mogeni became a bit more diligent in his work and listened to even his colleagues when they are speaking. The care package for cancer, and I've had more than 2 or 3 colleagues speak this afternoon and have told you, because every insurance, including the one you have given to us as members of parliament, has a benefits package. For example, in the package you have given us as members of parliament, the maximum amount allowed for dental care is 75,000. Beyond that amount, Senator Mogeni, you have to, Mr. Speaker, can he allow me to correct him because he's informing the House? Under cancer, for example, Mr. Speaker, the package was recently reviewed from 550,000 to 850,000. Therefore, he is obviously not telling the truth when he says that a patient from his county was paid for only 150,000. That is not true, and it's not possible, Mr. Speaker. The whole point that I was trying to say, Senator Mogeni, why I perhaps want you to listen and not get agitated, is that we need that report tabled here in Parliament so that we debate it
and see what SHA has done, what they have gotten right, what they haven't gotten wrong. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow this floor to be used to peddle political statements, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
So, Chair, you can give also that other commitment or update the House whether you have started engaging the CS Health on the SHA report, annual report.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to inform the Majority Leader and the honorable members here that on the matter of the annual report for SHA, Honorable Speaker, we are assessed of that matter. We've written to the Ministry. We are expecting their response this week. And this is the second time we are writing to them. So if they don't appear, Honorable Speaker, then we shall be issuing summons to the Cabinet Secretary to appear before the committee and provide the report. But we have also notified the board of SHA and the CEO that they are actually in breach of the law, because it is a statutory requirement that they are supposed to file their annual reports yearly. And I agree with the Senate Majority Leader and honorable members here that they need to have those reports so that we can check where SHA has done exceedingly well, where they are struggling, and if they need any legislative interventions, this House has always been ready to support, Honorable Speaker. So we don't want them to crop in the dark or struggle when Parliament and this House has always been ready and be able to support. And that is why this House were able to pass the F5 Act, Honorable Speaker, which is now supporting the facilities, although our weakest link is actually in the county governments, Honorable Speaker, because most of those funds for F5 are being withdrawn arbitrarily. And Honorable Speaker, some counties are even failing now to budget for health in their main budget on account that the facilities will raise money through F5. So those are the things, Honorable Speaker, the House will consider, but I want to assure the House that we are going to, by next week, Honorable Speaker, we shall be giving a feedback on how far we have gone with that matter. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Senators, you remember we were concluding the statements. And I can see the list is still growing. So I opened up more time because of the issues raised in various statements this afternoon. They were really national importance. Even if we even don't transact in other business, but to sort out this cancer issue in the country, so be it. So that is why we have extended that time. But note that withstanding, Senator Matinga, 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. Allow me to take also this opportunity, Mr. Speaker. So you've not made the communication to welcome the 2 schools on the public gallery which hail from Nyeri. Having done that, Mr. Speaker, let me proceed and say that, yes, I've listened to my colleagues, but Mr. Speaker, I must also register my disappointment because I feel that we are doing very little to ensure that we detect cancer at an early stage. Mr. Speaker, sir, I had the advantage of studying and bringing up a family in Germany. Cancer detection starts at very, very early stage. And if it is noticed that it lands in the genes of the family, it actually starts at childbirth, so that the medication that you're given, the controls that you're given, the duration at which you are tested, Mr. Speaker, early detection is what we need in this country, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, how I wish, instead of us crabbing on top of lorries and go shouting 1 term or 2 term, that we would be organizing cancer screening seminars where we would have in schools, where we would have in public galleries, in markets, people screened of cancer. Mr. Speaker, we will save not only this country a lot of money, but we will also save a lot of lives. Mr. Speaker, this is an obligation that we cannot push to one side of the government. We cannot say it's the county government. We cannot say it's the national government. It is an obligation that we have as Kenyans to protect our fellow Kenyans, to ensure that those in our families are detected early enough so that they can get the cure, they can get the medication, and most important, Mr. Speaker, the lifestyle that leads to that can be addressed at the right time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the 2 minutes.
Senator Mamen Chute, 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The 2 minutes are not enough, but let me move very, very fast. First of all, it is in regards to the statement by distinguished Senator from Meru. Senator, I think, Honorable Speaker, what we need to do is we have an experience from Marsabit County. And the most important thing is to bring our people together. Communities from Laikipia, Isiolo, Meru, Marsabit, and Samburu. We have committees who are called peace committees. Under my supervision, I think my committee can have a program so that we can bring these 4 counties together and see how we can solve the problem, which is in Isiolo, Samburu, and also Marsabit. On the issue of Kenyatta Hospital, Honorable Speaker, Kenyatta Hospital today is under a very good management. You know, the CEO now is Lesiampe, and the chairman is former CEO of Kenya Red Cross, and they are doing very well. I was in that hospital recently, and the situation is better than what it was before. And then finally, on the issue of statement by distinguished senator from Kitui, on the issue of seeds. Honorable Speaker, seeds, before they buy seeds, they should have public participation to ask the communities, particular communities from a particular area, what type of seeds do you require? Number 2, when they, after public participation, they should look at the price of the commodity also. Number 3, let them not rush to giving people relief supplies. In northern Kenya, Upper Eastern today, they are using a tune of up to 1.5 billion to buy relief supplies. Why do you buy relief supplies if you can afford to buy seeds and help our farmers to grow?
This is your point of order, Senator Umtata, Okia.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise on point of order number 105 to demand that my brother and friend, the gentleman from Marsabit, substantiates his claims that Kenyatta National Hospital is now under good management and is now very well, is run very well, and everything is perfect there. Because what I know is that it continues to depreciate. So I'd like him to maybe to substantiate his claims or withdraw them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chute. Carefully. And I want to repeat again and say, I was in Kenyatta Hospital recently, and the management there of CEO Lesiampe and chairman, former CEO of Red Cross, is the management, and what is happening there is better, ever better than before. And that goes to even support from the president himself. That is why you will find today that hospital is doing very, very well. I know his hospital in Busia is not doing well. That one I know. But maybe he's thinking I was talking about Busia. No, I'm talking about Kenyatta Referral Hospital, Kenyatta National Hospital. And I've said he's doing very well. So, and by the way, even Shah, recently, a patient from Sololo came to Nyeri, and 2 operations were done. Both operations, 890,000 was paid by Shah. So is it working or not working? It's working. So let's get the report, annual report, and see if counties in Nyamira are not doing well. Then we can amend some laws here, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Under Senators, let me make this communication of visiting teachers and students from Nyangaridi and Nyakinywa comprehensive schools in Nyeri County. Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon, visiting teachers and students from Nyangaridi and Nyakinywa comprehensive schools in Nyeri County. The delegation comprises 13 teachers and 96 students who are visiting the Senate for an academic exposition. Honorable Senators, on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to the delegation and wish them a fruitful running. Thank you. Honorable Senators, let us now close that order, stop that business completely. And Senator Fonyeri, as I reorganize myself, you can welcome them in
Indeed,
1 minute.
Indeed, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. Let me take this opportunity to welcome once more the pupils of Gagarithi and Nyekenyumo. Mr. Speaker, sir, we had lunch together and we did share a lot together. I inspired them, Mr. Speaker, and I did tell them that the destiny of their future is in their own hands. Mr. Speaker, I do recall that I gave them this Naroje over butterfly in your feast, and I told them it is your choice whether you want to let it fry or whether you want to squeeze it dead. Mr. Speaker, it is indeed very, very important that we in the leadership do take the opportunity to inspire the young generation, because when we are long gone, they'll be the ones who will take this country forward. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, these two schools, I promised them that I'll bring them to the Senate so that they can see what we debate here. I'm happy that they've had an opportunity of sitting here with us and listening to the debate here. I'm happy that the topic that was being discussed is a very, very important topic that affects almost every household. And I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, that they'll take home something positive from here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me also take this opportunity to wish them journey masses as they embark on their journey back home. But in the tradition of this House, I'll see them out there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senate Majority Leader.
I know you want to go to the next order, but I've just remembered that in the morning we had a situation here where Senator Chute made a very wild allegation and claimed that somewhere in Burkina Faso, a road the size of the expressway has been built for 100 million shillings, or a certain ridiculous figure. And when he was challenged, he said today in the afternoon he'll be bringing the evidence, Mr. Speaker. Out of public interest, Mr. Speaker, because I'd wish to get to know also how they do it in Burkina Faso, Mr. Speaker, so that we can help even our counties and country. Mr. Speaker, I believe this, I don't know what time you're planning for him to do that, because the promise was that he will do that this afternoon.
I'll be finding out what happened to that substantiation in due course. Yes, Senator Okongo Mugeni.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir, just following the same line, I made a statement this afternoon while contributing that there are instances where SHA has failed to clear bills for patients. So, Speaker, I want to table an invoice from Nairobi Hospital where the patient incurred a bill of 1,119,414 shillings, Mr. Speaker. And SHA paid a total of 218,994. And Mr. Speaker, this was a cancer patient. This was in September, 19th of September, 2025. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell my friend, my neighbor, Senator Kericho, Majority Leader, that I don't make these statements widely. I make these statements with a deep concern on the poor of their poorest in this country. I know families in Nyamira, Mr. Speaker, who have sold land to pay bills for their relatives who have incurred.
Point of order.
My point of order is to table this invoice as proof that SHA.
How will you table now your phone? Honestly.
It's allowed. I will forward it to the clerk. It's allowed. It's allowed, Mr. Speaker. It's allowed, Mr. Speaker. Senator Cheruiyot, this is not. This is not
whatever
politics.
You know. Actually,
we are doing this,
Senator,
Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mugeni, in just a minute, can you resume your seat?
You know, Mr. Speaker, I'm not.
I must give guidance to this House.
But guidance what, Mr. Speaker? I've been challenged and I'm tabling a document.
What? How are you tabling now?
I want to forward it to the clerks here. That I've done it before. This president, Mr. Speaker. You know, let's not have this culture of not wanting the truth to come to the fore. Let the truth speak.
Senator
It's here.
Mugeni.
Mr. Speaker, if you are here in this house to
I'm giving guidance to you.
Yes.
Whatever
Because we don't,
evidence you have,
Mr. Speaker, we can't have a country where people are dying and when we say it will block
whatever
us.
evidence you
It's
have,
not right.
whatever you want to table.
We must speak for the poor,
it
Mr.
is
Speaker.
not
That's why
me-
we are people's
It
representatives.
is not the chair who has told
When
you
people
not to
die,
say
it's not a joke, Mr. Speaker. Nobody is happy when their relatives die,
Senator
Mr.
Mugeni.
Speaker. So you must allow us to tell the Kenyans the truth and the...
Senator Mugeni, have your seat. Which document are you tabling? The guidance we give this House is that the chair health will bring a comprehensive report to this floor in 7 days. In 7 days. Right? And now we are waiting for his report. We are waiting for the SHA report, annual report. Annual report in the next 7 days. You know, we are not debating but giving comments on the statements. No, I'm not. I'm not. You are the one who is. No. Now you know you are intimidating the chair, but Senator Mugeni, you know your brand and my brand cannot be intimidated by anyone. You know very well. So just follow the right procedures. Next on the clerk.
Order number 8, the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bills number 2 of 2026, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the equitable division of revenue raised nationally between the national and county governments in the 2026-2027 financial year and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 9, the Agriculture Produce Minimum Guarantee Returns Bill, Senate Bills number 17 of 2025, resumption of debate, mover to reply.
On this business, the Senator Veronica Maina is not in the House, so this business is deferred. Next order.
Order number 10, the Public Audit Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 4 of 2024, second reading, mover to reply.
Senate Majority Leader.
Speakers, you guys have a bad habit.
Majority Leader.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
I'm here to manage this. As you know, you can't be the Majority Leader and the chair. Yeah? So you proceed and reply. You proceed and reply.
Speaker, it is Senator Wambua who mentioned my name, so I ended up responding to him. But I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. You know I'm a gentleman, and I don't want to say. Mr. Speaker, the public audit bill, you know I want to do things procedural because I've realized in this House, Mr. Speaker, sometimes people want to devise new procedures, including doing things which have never been done in this House. Mr. Speaker, you know, we know what the procedure is. When you are told, mover to reply, Mr. Speaker, you come, you give comments based on what colleagues have said about the bill, Mr. Speaker, respond to some of the issues that they have raised on that particular bill, give assurances and the comfort. But what will happen, Mr. Speaker, if I came and devised new ways of mover to reply and insist and start arguing back with you saying, Mr. Speaker, I am replying, Mr. Speaker, then we don't have parliament anymore. Mr. Speaker, about a total of 22 colleagues spoke on this bill, the public audit bill. Many in support, nearly everybody on the need, particularly those that understood what this bill was about. Following debate, Mr. Speaker, you could tell that there were people who maybe met this bill on the floor of this House and had not taken time to read. Because many of the allegations that were being made about the bill, I'm glad none of them cited any particular clause in the bill that they would mention those things that they were talking about, Mr. Speaker. But there were very serious and weighty matters that were raised by diligent senators who took time to read the bill, Mr. Speaker, and felt that certain things being done in a certain way, of particular concern to me, Mr. Speaker, because we will be guided by our committee I believe it's the Finance Committee that will consider this bill, Mr. Speaker, the very weighty matter of the audit board, Mr. Speaker, the advisory board, sorry, rather, Mr. Speaker, where many felt that having this advisory board, despite the fact that it will be chaired by the Auditor General, Mr. Speaker, may end up undermining her powers. While I listened also to those that argued in favor of this proposal and pushed for the fact that no institution, by design of constitution, common sense, Mr. Speaker, and common practice globally, that independence doesn't mean individual tendencies, that a single individual can have the reign in a particular institution, and that you believe that that particular office, the only way to guarantee its independence is to rest all powers in one particular individual. While those who argued against, Mr. Speaker, felt that given the presence of certain individuals, particularly the Attorney General, who's the chief legal officer of the government, Mr. Speaker, and given the fact that the Auditor General audits public institutions, therefore it raises a point of conflict of interest, Mr. Speaker, in the sense that sitting in that advisory board, Mr. Speaker, they are likely to undermine, influence, Mr. Speaker, or even guide in a different way how that particular exercise is undertaken. And it will be of interest to see how the committee guides us and the comments that we'll get. I have not seen the report, and I know the report will later come, Mr. Speaker, on what were the comments of the Office of the Auditor General on this particular provision, whether they are in support or they oppose, Mr. Speaker, or how they'd wish that it be amended. Mr. Speaker, there was also serious concern raised by members whether this matter being brought at this particular time has anything to do with the stories that we've been reading about the Auditor General. And remember in my moving notes, I mentioned that we have a very interesting culture in this house, not in this house actually, rather, Mr. Speaker, in this country, particularly in the media, where in the course of an audit process, and all institutions, including even this parliament that we sit in, if you read the first letter, which is called the letter to the management letter, which the auditor sends to any public institution, if you pick it and run with it, Mr. Speaker, then you would think there is no institution anymore. Because you'd say, explain this, explain the other, why did this one vary from this amount? What our newspapers have mastered the art of is picking management letters, Mr. Speaker, and passing them as if it's the final verdict. Actually, in the corporate body entities of public institutions in this republic, Mr. Speaker, the audit process terminates at the floor of the House. After the Auditor General has written to the institution has provided the justification, the Auditor General has given their verdict on whether they are satisfactory or not. That report is eventually brought to the people's representatives, who now invite on many occasions, and that's what our oversight committees do, like County Public Accounts and PIC, Mr. Speaker, they invite the leaders of those public institutions, say county governments for the sake of the Senate, or even public entities for our colleagues in the National Assembly. Then they retreat and draft a report, Mr. Speaker, and give their verdict on the entire process. Once the House has made a decision, and as a resolution of the House is made on that particular, then that completes the audit process. Unfortunately, the culture today, and I have seen including questions that have been raised, Mr. Speaker, on the floor of this House, oh, why is this project costing this amount, that you have inflated this figure with the other? Mr. Speaker, if we cheapen public audit process and use it for cheap political goals, Mr. Speaker, we will be missing the intent and purpose of our Constitution by a country mile. Because audit, Mr. Speaker, is supposed to achieve certain things, particularly in public institutions. Number one, it's supposed to set the alarm ringing if there is loss of public funds, Mr. Speaker, in any public institution, so that during the audit process, the auditor can raise certain items that they feel are not properly justified, or the supporting documents haven't been provided, Mr. Speaker. then the management of that particular institution responds and the auditor gives their verdict. At that particular point, then it is possible to establish whether there has been loss of public funds or not, Mr. Speaker. Part of what audit aims to achieve, again, Mr. Speaker, is to see if there are any serious governance issues of concern to the public in any public entity. In recruitment, Mr. Speaker, certain retrogressive HR practices, failure or absence of policy on certain important things, Mr. Speaker. It's important to have all those things. And, Mr. Speaker, it is on that basis that I hope that we can actually strengthen this particular office, because it's one of the key gains that this country gifted itself upon the passage of the 2010 Constitution, Mr. Speaker, because it provided the very much needed checks and balances, particularly in exposing any challenges, Mr. Speaker, in use of public resources. And I hope that that process, the sanctity of an audit process, can be respected, particularly by those of us in public space, be it those of us in Parliament, those that are in media, Mr. Speaker, and not use it, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, it will lose purpose and meaning. Mr. Speaker, therefore, I want to register my appreciation to those colleagues who spoke to this bill, said many things about it, and hope that our colleagues in the Budget and Finance Committee can furnish us with a report and guide us on their thoughts on many of these issues, particularly the controversial ones that eventually, Mr. Speaker, we will have to amend this or the other way. With those many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to reply in the proper way of doing business in the House and not trying to introduce any new style of doing it, Mr. Speaker, and conclude it at
Yes, Senator Susi.
Mr. Speaker, I know that this bill has been taken to the Committee of Finance, and I also know that the two oversight committees of PAC and PIC are the people who interact with this audit process on a daily basis. So I would request, because we would like to have an input into this bill, that Mr. Speaker, through your good office, you direct that the two committees also consider this bill alongside Finance Committee, because we are the ones who deal with these matters on a daily basis, and we are better placed to make appropriate recommendation to this House. So, Mr. Speaker, if you can give that direction, in line with the fact that these House committees can operate jointly. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I am not very sure how that will work. We all interact with audit reports, and particularly I know you people are very busy, and there are serious matters that you're considering at this particular point. Perhaps, while what you're saying is important, I don't think that the only value this House can draw from your two committees is by you interacting with the committee, with the said bill. Maybe you could furnish the committee with your memorandum after reading the bill and giving your comments. At least at that particular point, Mr. Speaker, would benefit from their wisdom of interacting with audit reports on a daily basis, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I concluded actually, Mr. Speaker, my comments before the intervention by Senator Osotsi, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, I beg to reply. Mr. Speaker, lastly, in accordance to Standing Order number 66.3, because I'm a stickler for Standing Order, Mr. Speaker, and I don't want to introduce any new way of doing things, Mr. Speaker, the way we have witnessed this afternoon. I want to request that the putting of question be deferred until a later date. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sure, the putting of the question is deferred until a later date. And also, Senator Ososi, you can interact with the chair of Budget and Finance and see, working together, how you can give some input into the bill, even going to the third reading. Therefore, let's go to the next order. Business appearing as order number 11 is defunct. So we can go to the next order.
Order number 12, the Health Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 12 of 2025, second reading, resumption of debate.
So this is actually now where the round beats the rubber. We are on the Health Amendment Bill. All the issues that Senator Kongo Mgeni was raising and all these matters, you have now time to debate. Now this is the time to debate because procedurally that is how the House moves. So I understand Senator Chalege, you have some minutes. How many minutes to conclude? 80 minutes. So it tries 80 minutes? 8.
Not 80.
8 minutes.
I wanted to deal with Senator Omogeni, but that one is beside the point. Mr. Speaker, let me continue making my comments on this bill, the Health Amendment Bill, Bills number 12 of the Senate. This introduction of section or clause 7A, where it is illegal, unconstitutional, immoral, abuse of human dignity to detain a patient or the corpse of a patient by the hospitals, which is very predominant. Mr. Speaker, I want to go on record again to insist that courts have gone ahead of us. Courts have ruled before that detention of bodies or patients is illegal and constitutional. Mr. Speaker, and I did indicate that I have cited a number of precedents that have been developed by the jurisdiction of court, and the latest was 29 September 2025, where my lecturer of litigation, Professor Nixon Sifuna, made a remarkable decision that has been borrowed by this jurisdiction of Moses Mutua versus another and Mother Hospital over 3.3 million. And Professor Nixon Sifuna, the judge of the High Court, ruled that it is illegal and constitutional, inhuman, abuse of dignity to detain a dead body because in any case there is no claim. And in fact, in that advice, that dead bodies or the medical bills can be approached through small courts, small claim courts, and civil recovery process, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, what Senator Okongo Mugeni Senior Counsel is trying to achieve is what courts have already pronounced themselves. If you look at Section 137 of the Penal Code, it is illegal and criminal offense to detain a dead body or a patient that has already recovered, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, even in Aaron Mwao case, versus KNH, similar matters were raised in Aaron Mwao case, Mr. Speaker, that the issue of detaining bodies, dead bodies, or detaining patients who have recovered is illegal, is unconstitutional, and therefore, I want to say, out of the most brilliant things, apart from what he tried to achieve today, Senator Okongo Mugeni, on the issue of SHA, at least he has become innovative here and has brought his wisdom, Mr. Speaker. Even when you look at the LT Act of 2017, Mr. Speaker, you can come DC, I wish minority leader, both minority leader and deputy minority leader would allow the distinguished senior counsel to listen to the Solomonic statements that I'm making and wisdom. So, Speaker, even you look at the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Canon regulations, it is illegal to detain a dead body. And also, it is also illegal to detain a patient. So, Speaker, we should stop this habit of philanthropy. You know, as we approach Ramadan Kareem and we say Ramadan Mubarak and Kareem, Mr. Speaker, you will see politicians going to hospitals like the governor of Nairobi, go to Mbagati and say, I release you, as if they are Jesus Christ. Why are we subjecting patients, Mr. Speaker, to philanthropy? And we look nice to the cameras, we do TikTok videos, social media, Senator so-and-so, Governor so-and-so has released detained patients, Mr. Speaker. Yet it is illegal and unconstitutional to detain them from the first place because it contravenes the Constitution, Article 43.2, it contravenes Section 137 of the Penal Code, it contravenes KMPDC regulations, it contravenes the precedents and the court cases that have been ruled, Mr. Speaker. So the introduction of Section Clause 7A on the Health Act of 2017 is welcome, and I want to thank Senator Okongo Mugeni for standing with the poor, because most of the people, and if you are a practicing politician in this country, every weekend, Mr. Speaker, you must do an arambe, including yourself, of a medical bill, and you know they detain, and then they make sure before you bury, you must clear. Yet this is illegal, Mr. Speaker. I think as a Senate, even if this Senate will never be known for anything in this session, let it be known that they passed the law that detaining the dead bodies or patients who have recovered in our hospitals. Mr. Speaker, when you go to Kenyatta National Hospital and Moi Teaching Referral, and most of the private hospitals, Mr. Speaker, including Nairobi Hospital, which is facing turbulence in terms of its management. Somebody is recovered fully, then they are detained, they become sick, they become depressed, they get pressure, they get diabetic, Mr. Speaker, because of, and we saw Malindi Sub-County Hospital, where you have recovered, the container that contains Shakahola bodies that were evacuated, you just see them, Mr. Speaker. You are just smelling death. Mr. Speaker, I want to point out that the issue that Senator Okongo Mgeni has brought is within the law, and I want to thank him for following the footsteps of my law lecturer, Professor Nixon Sifuna, that he led that matter. And I want to thank Moses Mutua, the petitioner and the litigant in that matter, because he was just about the border rider. He had paid almost 1 million shillings. Yet the Mater Hospital was still insisting that 3.3 million shillings. And even a number of court cases, Mr. Speaker, this matter is a straightforward, colleagues. We must agree, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, finally, we must also look, I know I'm spent for minutes, we must all look at the staff that work in our hospitals, Mr. Speaker. It is so sad that the Office of the Auditor General, picking from where Majority Leader left, for example, Rift Valley counties, Mr. Speaker, in the financial year 2024-25, they lost 1 billion Kenya shillings to ghost workers. They are called in Migori Sangwenyas, Mr. Speaker. Allow me for using that word. They are called Sangwenyas. They have lost 1 billion over ghost workers. Nandi has lost 66 million to ghost workers. Samburu has lost 75.8 million to ghost workers. Elgeyo Marakwet has lost 66.8 million to ghost workers. Uasin County and Kericho County has lost over 100 million Kenya shillings to ghost workers. This is in the Office of the Auditor General report of 2024-2025. And most of this stuff, Mr. Speaker, you're asking yourself, when you go to Meru, level 4 hospital, or level 6, for example, or you go to Kericho, or you go to Nyamira, Nandi, Kitui, Kilifi, Sub-County Hospital, you don't get staff. It is because governors are busy paying cost workers. And those cost workers are the ones carrying the chair of a governor, as if the chair will change anything. They are the ones carrying mobile toilet, Mr. Speaker. They are the ones carrying phones, Mr. Speaker. They are called Sangwenyas. They are the cheering squad. They are being used to equal people, Mr. Speaker. Yet most of our hospitals are understaffed, Mr. Speaker. And I've highlighted, I've only pointed Rift Valley counties that have lost over 1 billion through ghost workers. So this amendment, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, is a well-timed amendment, Mr. Speaker. And I remember in conclusion, I met with the governor of Kericho, the governor of Senate Majority Leader, and he was wondering why is the Senate oversight in Kericho. He was wondering why is Senator Cherargei talking about Kericho County Referral Hospital. He doesn't understand the law that a senator can oversight the entire counties, Mr. Speaker. But you know, I could forgive him because he looked like he had taken something that is not water nor juice. So it was understandable in that confusion, Mr. Speaker, and I had to forgive him as a good Christian because, and I want to call upon Majority Leader because I see they have a social function on Friday, or is it Saturday, to teach him about the role of a senator, that a senator can oversight each and every governor. And that is why I can oversight Kilifi governor, I can oversight Nyamira governor, even Malombe over the sand. We came and we oversight. Even my friend who used 5 million on housewarming in Vihiga, we can oversight. Even Abdul Samad. And we want to tell him, let it not be only legal to eat, you know, Mr. Speaker, they say this, and the chair of Council of Governors. I met the COG chair in a NADCO report. He told me it is halal to eat pig. It is not halal to eat pig. But I asked him, is it halal to steal from the public? Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I support the amendment.
Next is Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, why are these three gentlemen protesting? Mr. Speaker, why are they protesting? Can't I? Mr. Speaker, I want to support Senator Obogedi, but he still wants to complain. Surely, Mr. Speaker, what do these three people want? What do these three gentlemen want, Mr. Speaker?
And proceed and make your contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to support this bill by Senator Okongo Mogen. It's a very important amendment. The challenges that lie ahead notwithstanding, but it's a very noble initiative. Now this is proper representation of the poor, because you have thought about a particular problem that the poor struggle with. What maybe Senator Omogeni you will have to think more deeply about, and the House has to help you, is the practical implementation of this, particularly in private entities. We may have some levels of control in public hospitals, but remember some of these institutions are private, and we may end up exposing citizens to danger, Mr. Speaker, or otherwise. You know, this problem is serious. Let me tell you a story, Mr. Speaker. In my county, a place called Kaptoboiti, there's a very famous hospital in Eldoret where many people go to seek treatment because we don't have a level 6 hospital in Kericho County. And we are continuing to remind the President that it's one of the campaign promises that was made to the people of Kericho, and it's, 1.5 years to election, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, how can Senator Cherargei inform me about Kericho County? I suspect he will misinform me. Mr. Speaker, let me not lose track of the story I was mentioning. That this family had a patient in this particular hospital, which I don't want to mention now, and unfortunately he died. The bill was about 8 million. Therefore, as is often the case, those were the days that SHA had not even been rolled out. We did fundraisers in the village once, twice. We had pro boxes to go around the county trying to say, please help this family to bring their body back home. It became impossible. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. After 5 months of being harassed, one time together with the Member of Parliament for Belgut constituency, because that particular, the deceased came from his constituency, we sent a team of elders to visit the hospital and plead our case, saying, we have done everything that is humanly possible. When they arrived at the gate, Mr. Speaker, of the hospital, and they explained their predicament to the security people, the security people pulled them aside and told them, what do you want? Said, we want our body. Said, okay, come, let me show you. And the security people took them to a back door and told them, just give me 20,000 and disappear with this body. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to say where the money came from, what happened, but we eventually buried that person, and the body was taken away. It is not out of, Mr. Speaker, lack of good morals, but sometimes, as we are told, man must live, and that family had to do what they had to do. And therefore, this is a problem that somehow must be addressed. And I see what Senator Omogeni is leading us to think about and to reflect. But I have mentioned to you, Senator Omogeni, that we have to reflect a bit more deeply on this topic, because bear in mind that some of these hospitals are private businesses. Just like you have your law firm, and it's like passing an amendment saying that the APUA must be represented by a senior counsel free of charge, and it doesn't matter. Yet you have bills to pay and things like that. We must set the criteria.
Senator Cherargei has really insisted to inform you now twice.
He's a wise.
Let me.
I know the clan. I know the clan where Senator Cherargei comes from. Particularly at this hour of the day, they have very good information.
If you are willing to be
let
informed, then
let me allow him.
Proceed, Senator Cherargei.
Thank you, my leader, for allowing me to inform you. I wanted to inform Mr. Speaker through the majority leader that advocates, there is what we call advocates remuneration order, where we do our costing, and there is availability of what we call pro bono services. So maybe what majority leader should be proposing is that hospitals, even if they are private, they should be a particular way they are costing. Because you remember our former friend who is our former MP, who used to own hospitals, you could find a shilling. That shilling that is used for injection, they could indicate that you have used like 10,000 per shilling. So I think for the advocates, Mr. Speaker, is we use what we call advocates remuneration order, which gives us on how the costing, the affidavit, the plaint, and many other things. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, that is useful information, but it still has not solved the challenge.
Majority Leader, do you wish to be informed by the Honorable Leno Wambua?
Sorry?
Do you wish to be informed by the Honorable Wambua?
Wambua? Mr. Speaker, the Bishop has not been in a very good mood this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, but because of our long-standing relationship, and because I respect the people of Kitui,
yes,
let me allow the people of Kitui to inform me.
Mheshimiwa Wambua, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, I had started by saying that perhaps the majority leader needed a little more time to go through that proposed amendment. Because where he has started, he clearly has not looked through the entire 3 parts of the proposed amendment. Because the bill, majority leader, the proposed amendment is not to say that the people who cannot afford treatment should just walk into hospitals, be treated for free. It says that when people demonstrate that they are unable to pay, then there is no need to detain them in hospitals, release them, but there is a mechanism provided there for the hospitals to recover their debts. So it's not like it's a free service that people just walk in and out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think Senator Wambua has listened to my presentation because that's not what I'm suggesting, Mr. Speaker. I have said it's the obvious challenges of enforcing what you are trying to pass, because Section 7A of the Health Act, which is hereby, and allow me to quote because this amendment is before me, that a health facility shall not detain a patient or the corpse of a patient as lien over an outstanding fee incurred in relation to access of services in the health facility. And it's not everybody that is detained, Mr. Speaker. People are detained when they are unable to meet their bills, Mr. Speaker. And I don't think anybody will willingly walk to a hospital and pretend that they don't want to pay. And what I'm arguing, Senator Wambua, is that this is a noble initiative. It's a conversation that we must have as a country. Because if you go even to Kenyatta Hospital today, you will find a good number of patients. I don't know how many it is, but there's a time I engage a social worker because as a representative of people, sometimes people come, they get treatment, then they are not able to pay the bills. When you're told the bill is a figure over and above what you can afford even as an individual. So many times I engage social workers, including this Senator Omogeni. He also does this a lot. In fact, there's one time the CEO of, you remember Senator Omogeni, the CEO of Tenwek sent me to Omogeni and said, tell him to stop threatening me. I have so many IDs of people from Nyamira. And many times Senator Omogeni calls me and says, no, don't keep those IDs. Says, but what do I do? Because I must keep this hospital. I know it's a mission hospital, but there are bills to pay. And what do I do? And I believe it is out of that act of actually representing his clients, his constituents, that Senator Omogeni has come with this noble initiative. And I was giving the example of Kenyatta National Hospital, that if you go there today, there's one time I was engaging the social workers there, trying to intervene for a constituent who was stuck up there with a serious bill, Mr. Speaker. And they told me at the hospital we have almost 300 people who we have discharged, but because they have no way of paying their bills, we can't release them. And they have no family, there's nobody who's reaching out for them. It poses a serious threat to the institution. In fact, at the onset of SHA, I visited Kericho County Referral Hospital after about 3 or 4 months of the rollout of SHA. I just wanted to interact with the people who have employed me and see the level of services they are offering. One of the things that the medical superintendent in charge of the hospital told me is that sometimes some of these patients, they come perhaps with an ailment after they have been treated and they cannot pay. Of course, given that they are human beings, you have to continue feeding them. That it gets to a point where it becomes even more expensive keeping them in hospital than the initial bill of the treatment. Therefore,
public institutions, forget even about the private one. This is a serious challenge that our public institutions continue to struggle with. And we must be able to figure out, because this amendment on its own, without explaining how you will be able to foot that bill eventually, because unfortunately, whether we like it or not, good people, the bill has to be paid. Where we are trying to shift is that we are trying to shift who pays. But the question that must be answered is from where that payment has to come from. That's the obvious challenge which I have said to my colleague, Senator Omogeni, that we must reflect upon and think that as we try to resolve this particular problem, it will not be wholly resolved until we reach a point where we have said that perhaps after meeting certain stringent requirements for people to evaluate and consider you actually eligible for this consideration, Mr. Speaker, then there is set up either a fund or a particular way through which the hospital can be compensated. Because, Mr. Speaker, I mentioned that hospitals offer a service, you know, and at the end of the day, once a service has been consumed, it is a cost to that particular institution. What we are dealing with is a challenge, the obvious challenge that arises from either a family that has lost a loved one and cannot pay for the treatment that they received, or somebody who's received treatment, Mr. Speaker, and has been discharged but cannot meet that particular bill. This amendment, Mr. Speaker, will not be complete until such a time that we are able to guide the providers of care and these hospital services with ways through which they can get some form of compensation, even if it's not to the full amount, Mr. Speaker, but even at the bare minimum, Mr. Speaker. Subsection 3. Yes, I have said, that's precisely what I'm talking about, because I've said we must provide the mechanisms through which, remember, the cabinet minister will push back and say from which particular kitty. We have said the CS will make the necessary regulation for recovery of fees paid to access services in a health facility. Remember, the cabinet secretary is a public officer. The only till or kitty that is available to me are the taxes you and I pay, which, living in a country such as ours, you appreciate that there is competition for resources. And therefore, while they may do some, it may not be possible to do everything as required. And therefore, the challenge that we will eventually have to respond to is how that particular challenge is met. But, like I have already mentioned, this is a step in the right direction, because it's a problem that we must confront as a leadership and know that there are people who, for the obvious challenge, Mr. Speaker, of situations in life, Mr. Speaker, find themselves in this particular situation. Who knows? Maybe when it gets to the National Assembly, because this bill, once we pass it, our colleagues in the National Assembly will have to look at it, that they may devise the mechanisms, because they hold the key to the pass, the national pass, Mr. Speaker, that there are certain savings that can be made. Senator Omogeni, you may want to know, for example, that even as you debate this particular bill, there are steps similar to this that have already been made. SHA today pays for 2 million indigents. Remember when we passed the law here and we stratified the various Kenyans and their ability to pay, we were fully aware that there are people who, even if you made it 50 or 100 shillings, they will still not be able to pay. And we classified them as indigents. As it is today, SHA pays for 2 million of them, citizens, fellow citizens across. And when they go to hospitals, they can access service just like you and I, because up to the limit, of course, of coverage for that particular package, Mr. Speaker, 2 million of them. And that's why I continue to push on Senator Mandago to file this, to push the Ministry of Health to file this report with us so that we can assess. Maybe, because we are told there are significant savings that have been made out of the use of technology, that is not possible anymore to game the system, as used to happen back in the days with NHIF, Mr. Speaker. There may be savings that are being made there, and it might be possible to cover these individuals and compensate them over and above
that you need to push now beyond the cover, you know, what we call ex gratia. What many people do not know, for example, is that, I know this for a fact because I served in PSC the last 5 years. And I know when members of parliament, when we exhaust our limit covers, you apply for something they call the ex gratia, which is payment over and above what you're covered for in simple English, Mr. Speaker. And we pay, I don't want to say the amounts, Mr. Speaker, but it's a good amount. And obviously, these indigents that are covered under this program will want to qualify for such an arrangement. It may require something beyond legislative intervention. It may require some actuarial studies, Mr. Speaker, so that you don't overburden the fund and collapse it in its entirety, Mr. Speaker. But this is important, and it's something that we need to resolve before we can progress and say we have concluded on it. Therefore, with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, if in the course of debate, maybe colleagues who understand these things better than us may suggest ways in which we, from where we pay for that cover, Mr. Speaker, will guide us, we'll appreciate and learn more. But nonetheless, I appreciate what Senator Omogeni has done by pricking our conscience and reminding us to think about those that are not able to meet their bills. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority, so for the record, are you supporting the bill or? All right, thank you.
I said it from the onset. It's only that Senator Wambua was not listening. He was disrupting the move of the bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Majority. Thank you very much. Next, we have the Honorable Senator Ososi. Godfrey, you have the floor. From my screen, it is Honorable Ososi, but minority, you can take. I think he has yielded to you. Thank you. Honorable Majayo.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kupatia nafasi hii pia mimi kuweza kusema yale yanayojiri. Bwana Spika, kitu cha kwanza nataka kuunga mkono mageuzi juu ya bili hii ya afya ya mwaka 25 ili kufanywa mageuzi kupinga au kuzuia kwa wagonjwa wale waliopona na wanatakana kutoka ama pia wale waliopoteza maisha yao. Bwana Spika, kwa mara nyingi tunaona kwamba familia huwa ziko na shida mbalimbali. Hii unaweza kujua wakati ukiwa umeenda kwa nyumba za wanasiasa. Ikifika Ijumaa wao wenyewe wanataka kutoroka kwa nyumba zao, lakini wao hawezi kwa sababu huwa wana majukumu ya kuweza kuwapatia wale ambao waliwapigia kura na wanataka kuwasaidia. Bwana Spika, mimi nikiwa kama mmoja wao ambao watafikiria kuna harusi ama kuna matanga kwa nyumba, kwa sababu huwa wengi wanakuja na dalili zile wanazokuja nazo ni kwamba hawawezi aidha kutoa wale wapendwa wao waliolala kule mochari ama pia kuweza kuwatoa wale ambao wamepona na sasa wanataka kwenda kuishi katika nyumba zao. Bwana Spika, katika hii bill ambao tunasema ifanywe mageuzi kidogo, ni naenda kuunga mkono sana mageuzi haya kwa sababu itaweza kuokoa ama itaweza kuwa na kuleta afueni kwa zile familia ambazo hazina uwezo. Kitu cha kwanza, familia ambao haina uwezo, hata ukiwaambia wajaribu kutafuta kivyao, mimi nawapa kuanzia leo mpaka kesho kutwa, mjaribu kutafuta nafasi, kama mtapata muniletee na mimi nichanganye na hii yangu, twende tukamtoe. Watakwenda baada ya siku moja ama siku mbili zile mlizoagiziana, wakirudi wako vile vile, na inabidi wewe kama sasa mwanasiasa uanze kutafuta kutia mikono mfukoni, uende ukaulize hata chako cha nyumbani pia ambacho kilikuwa kitumiwe, kama ni kwa chakula ama kwa njia zingine, unakitoa kwa sababu unataka kusaidia watu wachukue mpendwa wao ambaye walimpoteza, yuko hospitali, kuna bili huko hawawezi kulipa, lakini siku ya kuzika wameiweka na imekaribia na hawezi kupata nguvu za kumtoa yule mtu unaosaidia. Kwa hiyo Bwana Spika, mimi naunga mkono hii bili. Hii ni muhimu sana kwa sababu tukishaipitisha itaweza kuleta afueni na vile vile itaweza kuwapatia nguvu wananchi kuona ya kwamba at least serikali yao imeangalia maslahi yao, kwa sababu ikiwa wewe umeshindwa kutoa mtu wako aliyefariki, Bwana Spika, utaangalia serikali yako itakufanyia nini. Mara nyingi wanakuja kwetu sisi kama wanasiasa, mtu anakuambia hebu piga simu kule hospitali uongee na gavana, ama si hospitali, piga simu kule kwa yule gavana, si mnajuana na yeye, ama piga simu kwa yule waziri anayehusika na mambo ya afya wa ile hospitali, si mnajuana naye, ili niweze kupewa mwili ama aweze kutusamehe hii bili yangu iweze kukanseliwa, ama iweze kuambiwa nichukue mwili na pengine kulipa polepole, ama pengine pia nisilipe kabisa. Tunasema sasa tunataka iwe ni sheria, iwe si mambo ya kupiga magoti, ama si mambo ya kuomba, ama si mambo ya kuwa na biashara tofauti za kusema kwamba nimesikia hapa wengine wetu tukisema kwamba unakwenda kwa siku nyingi, wamekwenda kutafuta mwili wa yule mpendwa wao aliyefariki, wamtoe, wameshindwa. Sasa inabidi baada kama miezi kadhaa imepita, ukienda kule unaambiwa njoo huku nyuma kidogo hivi, ukinipatia kiasi fulani basi yule maiti wenu nitamtoa. Jambo la kusikitisha kwamba inafika wakati watu wetu wanalazimishwa kutumia njia kama hizo ili kupata wapendwa wao. Ni la kusikitisha na ila kukemewa vilivyo. Kwa hiyo sheria kama hii ikiwa itafanyiwa mageuzi, na ambao ndio nia yetu, ni kwamba mwili ikiwa umefariki hauna haja ya kuwekwa ndani ya hospitali kuliko zile siku zake zilizokamilishwa. Nikilinganishana hii nalinganishana na wale watu waliokufa kule Shakahola. Kuna watu walikufa ni wengi, zaidi ya miili karibu 300. Ukiangalia iko pale ndani ya hospitali ya Malindi, ambayo ndio hospitali kubwa hapo Malindi ya kila mwananchi. Lakini jambo la kusikitisha ni kwamba wale wapendwa waliolala pale wamewekwa katika hali mbaya kwa container. Hiyo ni madharau, cha kwanza. Cha pili pia vile vile ni madharau kwa familia, kwa sababu mnawakataza watu wao, mmewaweka pale, hawako makaburini, hawako kwenye ardhi. Na ilikuwa jukumu lenu mlipowatoa kwa ardhi, ilikuwa muwafanyie DNA na uchunguzi wenu, mkimaliza muwapatie wale waliofelewa. Lakini utaona ya kwamba hivi sasa ile miili iliyoko pale zaidi ya 300 ndani ya container mbele ya hospitali, mbele ya mlango, ukiingia tu kitu cha kwanza unakutana nayo ni maiti 300 mbele yako. Ni jambo la kusikitisha. Na ndio tunasema ingekuwako sheria kama hii ambayo inaweza kupeana ruksa. Kama serikali haiwezi kuzika, basi wapatie serikali ya kaunti iweze kuwachukua na kuangalia mahali wafanye ile tunaita mass grave, kaburi la wengi, waende wakawekwe kule kwa njia ya heshima. Alafu pia vile vile waletewe padri waombewe. Hatujui Muislamu, hatujui Mkristo, kwa sababu hatukuambiwa wakati wakitolewa kuna Muislamu, kuna Mkristo, hatukuambiwa. Lakini pia wapewe nafasi watoke pale ndani ya hospitali, wasikuwe detained na sheria yoyote. Either wanakuwa detained pale kwa sababu serikali bado inatafakari itafanya nini na ile maiti iko pale, ama pia uangaliaji wa zile maiti ziko pale. Kwa serikali ya Kilifi County Naona hilo ni swala gumu sana kwa wao kuweza kusema kama hamwezi kuchukua hii mili yenu, tutaitoa hapa tuiweke hapa barabarani. Litakuwa si jukumu wala si heshima ya county government, lakini ni jukumu la serikali kuona ya kwamba ile miili imetolewa pale. Ndio tunasema sheria kama hii ikifanyiwa mageuzi yale mazuri ambayo inasema ya kwamba ikiwa mgonjwa atakuwa pale na hatimaye atapoteza maisha yake, basi mwili ule usiwekwe pale ndani hospitali, kama aidha kumpatia adhabu ama unapatia adhabu ile familia kwa sababu ni maskini haiwezi kulipa, ama sivyo huu mwili uachiliwe ili wale wenyewe waende wakazike watu wao kwa amani, wapendwa wao walale mahali walipowaweka pema, pahali penye watu wema walipolala pale wanapozikana, ili hata ile shida waliokuwa nayo katika maisha yao. Unajua mtu anaishi anakuwa sawa, anaishi anakuwa mgonjwa, akiteseka kabla hajakufa, akifa anatakana mara moja apelekwe alale mahali palipolala wema. Kwa hiyo tunasema, mimi nataka kuunga mkono, nataka kumpatia kongole sana huu wakili mkubwa katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, ndugu yangu Okongo, ambaye ni seneta wetu tunayejivunia sana hapa ndani, akiwa kama commissioner na vile vile akiwa yeye ni mtu anatoka huko Nyamira, kaunti ya Nyamira, walizaa kiongozi ambaye mimi nataka kumpatia kongole sana. Na hii sheria ambayo tunaitarajia kwamba tutageuza, tuko na nia itasaidia wengi katika Kenya. Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipatia nafasi hii. Asante.
Thank you, Leader. Next on the list, the Honorable Ososi Godfrey. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make my contribution to this health amendment bill by Senator Okongo Mogeni, which is seeking to amend the Health Act so that we manage this escalating problem of health facilities detaining bodies and even patients for failure to pay the bills in the hospital. Mr. Speaker, this is a very, very, very serious problem. It is not just in private health facilities, but also even in our public health facilities. And this is a problem that even as we are seated here, I'm sure many of us have received requests for support from their constituents with this problem, either seeking to get help to release bodies of their relatives from the morgue, or patients who are held in the hospital because of non-payment. Mr. Speaker, it is progressive in the sense that some of these patients who recover and they cannot pay, they end up being a major nuisance in the hospitals. We have had cases where even criminal activities have been reported in some of these hospitals, arising from patients who have recovered, patients who are idle, and they cannot do any other thing, and therefore they will engage in crime within the health facility. Mr. Speaker, you remember we had a very serious problem, incident at Kenyatta Hospital, where someone went and killed a patient in the ward, and the matter has not been resolved. Some of these incidences could be arising from the people who have recovered and they are idle. So they will start, Mr. Speaker, even getting links to criminals to do criminal activity. So I think this is progressive. It will deal with that problem. Coming to the dead, Mr. Speaker, it is very unfair to detain someone in his death. You cannot punish a dead body because that dead body is poor, Mr. Speaker. It is really, really, really unreasonable. And I think this bill will help deal with that problem. But Mr. Speaker, we must come up with very specific measures how we are going to implement this provision in law. I know the majority leader has raised concern, and I know the owner of this bill has stated that the Cabinet Secretary of Health will come up with the regulations. And I hope that this is where that problem will be resolved, where the CS will provide regulations on how this will be dealt with. But again, Mr. Speaker, this is now again where the problem is. You know, we cannot legislate everything. That is why, Mr. Speaker, we always provide for regulations to be done by the Cabinet Secretary. But again, this affects the implementation of the Act once it comes in force. Because some of these Cabinet Secretaries delay to formulate these regulations and hence delayed implementation. In this House, we have just signed a petition calling for regulations on sugar, Mr. Speaker, because we passed the Sugar Act here and we allowed the CS to do regulations, and the CS has not done regulations. And therefore, some important provision of the law cannot be implemented. So how I wish we could be providing a time frame in which the regulations needs to be enacted. So we'll propose that we amend so that we give a time frame. Because if you don't give a time frame, Mr. Speaker, if the government is not happy with your bill, or if the CS is not happy with the bill, he simply sit on regulations, Mr. Speaker, and nothing happens. So however good the law is, if the executive is not happy with it, it will sit on regulation and nothing happens. So that is my only concern as far as the implementation of this very progressive law is concerned. Mr. Speaker, in my committee, we examine audit report for public hospitals in our counties, and one of the major audit query that keeps on coming is misuse of waivers in our public hospitals, where you find the hospital management has been giving waivers running into millions of money, Mr. Speaker. Waivers even at the mortuary, waivers at the hospital, and this has been misused. And yet the law is very clear on how waivers are supposed to be done. All waivers, there must be a committee to process the waivers. It must be approved by the CEC for finance, and all that process must be clear with minutes, with the assessment of the waiver request. Mr. Speaker, that does not happen in most of our public hospitals. And this is the easiest way to steal money from our referral hospitals and even our level 4 hospitals. Mr. Speaker, I think that is a matter that we are dealing with. We have made recommendations, and soon we're going to submit our reports here recommending on how this will be handled. But even as we do that, I think this amendment is directly related to that because most of these waivers are given to patients who are passed on, Mr. Speaker. But most of them are able to pay. Waiver is just a corruption way of trying to reduce the bill and then on the other side receive the cash benefit. Mr. Speaker, even as we talk about inability to pay, which results into this problem, we must also look at the cost of our medical services, Mr. Speaker, especially in our private hospitals. Mr. Speaker, it is annoying that nowadays you go to some hospitals and you look at your bill, you've been there even for just 2 days, and you have a booklet, Mr. Speaker, a long list of things they have charged you on. I think an amendment needs to be done to the Health Act so that we have some form of regulation on the cost of medication, Mr. Speaker, because our people are being overcharged. You go to a hospital for a few days and you pay millions of money, Mr. Speaker, and yet whatever the service you've gotten, you could have gotten it cheaply. So this is another important problem that is linked to this, Mr. Speaker. Because if you give an ordinary folk a bill of 5 million and is not able to pay, Mr. Speaker, because of the high rate card, that becomes a problem. So even as we try to look at this problem, we have to look at the causes. What are the key causes of this problem, and deal with those causes as well, even as we deal with this problem. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say this is a very progressive piece of legislation which we support, but only to say that the regulation aspect has to be, there must be clarity on the time frame for regulations and the specific regulations that will be enacted. For example, what are the specific regulations for private hospitals? What are the specific regulations for public hospitals? I think there is a difference between the two, because, you know, in public hospitals you could be having SHA insurance, but private hospitals you may not be having that. So there is some difference, and that has to be handled differently. Otherwise, this is a very important piece of legislation, and it will help us politicians to manage the challenges that we face with our poor people who cannot afford medication, and also help the poor people that we have who cannot afford insurance and who want to get quality medical services. Mr. Speaker, the issue of medication also in this country, I think we have also to look at ways of using technology to get better medication. I think the government has been talking about telemedicine, but I think very little has been done to take advantage of that, so that instead of our people having to travel miles and miles away to India for something that can be handled through technology, I think that is also going to save a lot and eventually reduce the cost of medication for having to travel miles and miles away. Mr. Speaker, I support with the amendments.
Thank you, Honorable Sosi. Senator Olekina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I must say, it's very interesting to see you seated there as a temporary speaker. I wonder how you're going to be able to juggle all your duties, but I wish you all the best. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make some brief comments on this bill. Mr. Speaker, this is a bill brought by a very able legal mind, senior counsel, and I want to have a serious conversation with the senior counsel in terms of this bill. I've looked at the realistical aspect of this bill, and I know that the senior counsel has taken the Constitution and has based his reasoning in this narrow bill on Article 28 of the Constitution, which I'll read. Every person has inherent dignity, has has inherent dignity and the right to have that dignity respected and protected. That's number one. And that is the reason why he came up with a bill that prohibits the hospitals from detaining corpses. He has also looked at Article 43 of the Constitution, which is every person has a right to the highest attainable standard of health, which includes the right to health care services, including reproductive health care. But, Mr. Speaker, in this day and age, there are a couple of things that determines whether these two rights, which are enshrined in the Constitution, can effectively be granted to the citizens. And I see a big challenge on this bill. I have listened carefully to the majority leader when he was making his submissions, and to some extent, I agree with him. Because unless, Mr. Speaker, we do the following: we establish an emergency medical treatment fund under SHA to reimburse all facilities that will be able to adhere to the implementation of this bill will not succeed. Mr. Speaker, there is a penalty of 3 million shillings to any facility that will violate this bill. That in itself does two things, Mr. Speaker. This bill does not, in its intent, it excludes all private institutions, faith-based initiative hospitals. But in its practicality aspect of it, if a patient has died in a faith-based initiative hospital or in a private institution, this bill will apply. So I think it is important that the distinguished senator broadens the definition of this bill. Number two, Mr. Speaker, from where I sit, and I've tried to think thoroughly on the practicality of this bill, because this bill does two things which are very clear, Mr. Speaker. Number one, it tries to balance humanity and the reality, financial obligations and responsibility of institutions. And number two, it tries to make sure that everyone respects this Constitution. But there are bodies out there, Mr. Speaker, like I know there is the Rural Urban Private Hospitals Association of Kenya, which has got big concerns with this bill. They are concerned that this bill will cripple healthcare in the country. Because if it's a small institution, facility, that has got a lot of consumables, you know, they have to pay for medicine. Then you have a patient who goes there. From a humanity point of view, and from a political point of view, a legislation point of view, I'd be the first one to say that hospital must provide that patient with that treatment that that patient deserves, whether that patient has got money or not. But what happens if that hospital does not have money because it has done so for 10 or 20 other patients who have consumed all their stock? That hospital will now end up going bankrupt. It will reduce their services, you know, and mostly it will be very difficult even for them to open because they'll be afraid that they'll be charged 3 million shillings as a penalty if they fail to provide that service. So, Mr. Speaker, the distinguished senator has got to balance and to make sure that he takes care of the interest of this association, because this is not just a pedestrian association. It's an association that has got over 400 or 500 hospitals. Their voice is concerned. We always talk about public participation. We always talk about coming up with laws that can be able to be implemented. One of my biggest pet peeves, Mr. Speaker, is when we, as legislators, narrow the scope of the amendments. Maybe the best thing would have been to overhaul the entire Health Act. And we have attempted. We have mutilated the Health Act. In the last parliament, Mr. Speaker, we mutilated it. Come to this parliament again, we mutilated it. We created SHA, We had NHIF, there are debts associated with SHA and NHIF. Most of these private institutions and faith-based hospitals are still owed billions by SHA. So unless you tell me that you are going to pay all these things, all the debt which is owed to these hospitals by SHA, NHIF, there's no way that you can convince me that even if you don't, in terms of the intent, capture these hospitals, the broader wording of the bill covers them, because you have got to look at the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, in literature, we were taught not to just read what is written there. You know, you've got to understand the meaning of the text. You know, in college, we studied critical writing. And one of the things you do is that you try to analyze the content, the context, so that you are able to deduce the meaning of the law. So in this case, Mr. Speaker, I'm concerned. And I would like to persuade my colleague that instead of waiting for regulations from the Cabinet Secretary, why not, at the Committee of the Whole, bring in further amendments to the amendment? And number one, do the following. One, require county government to set up 10% of their health budget to cover this emergency treatment. So that's number one. Number two, Mr. Speaker, have a broader conversation with the national government and the Ministry of Health to set up an emergency medical fund that will reimburse all hospitals, all facilities, including faith-based initiatives and rural health facilities, up to at least at minimum 50% of their expenditures. Number three, which is the most important one, Mr. Speaker, we are all talking about, and I'm sure this is why the distinguished senator brought up this piece of amendments. Everyone is talking about universal health care. Everyone wants universal health care in Kenya. And we're all clapping our hands and saying, yes, we are going to achieve universal health care. Mr. Speaker, the other day when we were seated somewhere, one governor said, oh, hii SHA haifanyi kazi. Hii SHA is not working. A governor of a county. But here we are pushing and saying SHA is working. Because all of us want to achieve universal health care. Then why don't we do this? And maybe this is one of the things that the distinguished senator can add in his bill to make it practical. One, pair nationwide registration of SHA with this, sort of like with this law. In the sense that the only time that you will be reimbursed or you will be given, or any facility will give you treatment, they will not detain the body of the deceased, is when you have taken the responsibility of registering yourself as a SHA member. You have to pair that, so that you make it also conditional. The challenge we have, Mr. Speaker, is that people tend to forget that my right begins where yours ends. So in this case, these institutions have rights. It's their businesses. So unless you show me how you're going to make sure that that business does not collapse, it will be very difficult for anybody to challenge this, Mr. Speaker, to support this, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, it is important that we pair all SHA registrations, or rather enrollment, with the intent of this bill. So I'll leave that to the distinguished senator for him to find out how is he going to make sure that it's done like that. And it can be a prerequisite, Mr. Speaker, that when you come into a health facility, the first thing they ask you is that please provide us with your SHA registration. If you do not have, even if it's a faith-based initiative, you are registered there. You are registered there so that we can then achieve this universal health care. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, if we do not do that, a lot of hospitals will close. They'll close shops. They will go to other places. Because remember, whatever legislation you draft, there are people out there who will say, how best can I survive and either bypass this bill and carry out other services. People might decide to say, tomorrow, I'm just going to open a lab. And in that lab, I will buy a dental x-ray machine for 3.5 million shillings. And I'll wait for the patient to go to the hospital. Come to me, they will pay me money, 20,000 shillings, I carry out the x-ray. I'll have a CT scan. Mr. Speaker, there are so many ways in which people can be able to go around this piece of legislation, to remain in business. So to avoid that, I believe that this RUFA, their concerns must well be taken into consideration during this bill, so that when this bill leaves this House and goes to the National Assembly, our brothers in the National Assembly might welcome the idea of setting up this emergency fund, which can also be funded by the consolidated fund. It can also be funded by the County Revenue Fund. Mr. Speaker, if you look at Section 109 of the PFM Act, it talks about the County Revenue Fund. So with my earlier submission that let's take about 10% of the health budget and put it into this fund. You know, it can help to ensure that we achieve this universal health care. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the PFM Act again, and I always like to take different pieces of legislations to try and see how they can come together and how they help one another. Just like the other day when we were arguing here on the Public Audit Act. If you just juxtapose it with the PFM Act, you will see where it collides and where it needs to be aligned. So the same case applies here. It's all about money. You know, it's all about how do we fund this. I feel like the distinguished senator did not focus a lot on how we fund this bill. The biggest focus, and I want to repeat, he looks at it, he looked at the Article 28 and Article 43 of the Constitution. Finally, Mr. Speaker, there's also another very beautiful way where you can be able to make sure that this bill, once it's signed, and I really hope that the distinguished senator will make those adjustments and then go to the National Assembly and we push it and it becomes a piece of law, is to ask, or rather to introduce a conversation of tax incentives. You know, a hospital is a business. If today you ask Senator Kajuang or Senator Otsotsi, when you ask them a question of ONSO's revenue, they'll tell you that in every county, the biggest chunk of ONSO's revenue is from a hospital. The hospitals collect more money than anything else. So then why don't we then now say that we give hospitals a tax incentive? We have a lot of big private hospitals in this country. The biggest debate, of course, was on Nairobi Hospital, which, to be honest with you, I think the team that has been put there, you know, I know the chairperson, Dr. Buckley, is very diligent. And these are people who are, I'm sure, will be able to do a good job to preserve the dignity of that hospital. The reason why we got into that quagmire or that problem is because of the bylaws, where anybody can become a member of the SACCO. And then they come in and they appoint a chairman who does not really understand things to do with the law. So I appreciate what the president did in making sure that he safeguard that institution, because it's a pride of our country. So give those institutions tax incentives. You know? So Senator Senior Counsel Omugeni, through the Speaker, offer tax incentives, or even better, in this House, the two things that determines this House, the importance of this House, is normally the division of revenue, number one. Number two is the issue of the county revenue CARA bill. And then number three is the conditional grants. Why not set up conditional grants specifically to be able to take care of this problem that we have in our country. If we are able to set up conditional grants, and I've sat with this gentleman here for the last 8 years, and there were conditional grants which were given to that medical scheme for equipment. Why not set up conditional grants to be able to guarantee this universal health care and to guarantee that if a relative dies, the hospital will not be able to detain the body before they are paid their money, because the hospital know there is a conditional grant that they can be able to get. Or there's a tax incentive. Or there's an emergency fund. Those are things that are practical, Mr. Speaker, that will be able to help us implement this piece of legislation. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I think it is also important for the distinguished senator to relook at this very punitive penalty of 3 million shillings. I think you can reduce that so that we have a conversation with these health facilities. Because remember, you might be the director of a health facility, and then one of your staff makes a decision to deny someone treatment. You know, maybe because they follow the protocols which are there, and they are not able to get a hold of you. So by the time they find you, you've already been charged these 3 million shillings. 3 million shillings is not pocket change. If what we are charging governors for not appearing is 500,000, yet accountability is a must for the resources, because those resources also include resources that takes care of these health institutions. Why then don't we reduce this from 3 million shillings to 500,000 or something like that? I know this bill is a balancing act between humanity and financial obligations, but I think with the submissions that we've made, both from that side and this side of the aisle, they will help the senior council enrich this bill so that it can become practical and one that you can be able to implement. You don't want a situation where people go to court. This association, Rural Urban Private Hospitals Association of Kenya, I guarantee you, Mr. Speaker, if the bill passes the way it is, they will move to court to protect themselves. Because there's no way you can start a business and then somebody tells you how to run that business. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I rest my case there, and yet to support when those amendments have been made.
So, Honorable Olekina, may you go on record? Are you supporting or opposing or supporting with amendment?
I think, Mr. Speaker, I was very clear that I can only support the bill with those enriched amendments.
Thank you, Leader. I see from my list there's no other request to speak, so I call the mover to reply.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I think I can reply from here. Mr. Speaker, I first want to begin by thanking all the honorable senators who have taken interest to read this bill and to make their contributions. And Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that all the senators who have made contribution to this bill are in support, though a few of us have made proposals to better the bill or to improve it, Mr. Speaker. That's a very good thing, Mr. Speaker. So in a special way, I want to thank the following senators who have made their contribution. Honorable Senator Wambua, who was gracious enough, Mr. Speaker, to second the bill. Honorable Speaker, yourself, Senator for Tana River, my former classmate, Senator Danson Mungatana. I want to thank Senator of Nandi, Honorable Samson Cherage, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Majority Leader, Honorable Aaron Cheruiyot. I want to thank the Minority Leader, Senator Stuart Mazayo. I want to thank Senator Godfrey Ososi Senator Foviga, and finally, Senator, my good friend, Senator of Narok, Senator Ledama Oloikina, who has made very good contributions, Mr. Speaker, and made proposal to amend. From the onset, Mr. Speaker, I want to state that I welcome any initiative from any of my colleagues who will wish to make an amendment to improve this bill. Mr. Speaker, I'm a very firm believer that when we support the vulnerable in society, we are actually strengthening our workforce, Mr. Speaker. That is a very important fundamental issue in our politics. When you improve health outcomes for our population, Mr. Speaker, we are reducing a heavy future public expenditure on health, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, you were a very strong Christian when we were in university. We were student leaders together. You were my vice chairman. I was your treasurer. In moments of stress, Mr. Speaker, I've never forgotten that we used to turn to you for prayer. Mr. Speaker, I had lunch today with Honorable Peter Munya, who was our chairman, Kenya Law Student Society. And we are remembering the challenges we went through those days, Mr. Speaker. But oftentimes, it's your faith, Mr. Speaker, that gave us the strength to push on, Mr. Speaker. There is a time, you remember, we were summoned to the main campus by Professor Gishaga, and we thought that was the day we were going to face expulsion. And before we were put into a Land Rover from Parkland's campus, you said, let us pray. We will overcome, Mr. Speaker. And when we went to the main campus, Mr. Speaker, it turned out that those prayers had been answered because the meeting that we expected was going to bring our stay at the university to an end ended up to be a very nice conversation with Professor Gishaga. I think we need to find out where Gishaga is. We pay him a visit. So, Senator Oloikina, if you read the book of Proverbs 21:13, it says that whoever shuts their ears to the cry of the poor will also cry out and will not be answered. So, Mr. Speaker, we have heard, Mr. Speaker, speaking as a senator of Nyamira, Mr. Speaker, I've seen the cries of our people on this matter. I listened to the contribution of Senator Cheruiyot, Majority Leader. You heard the case he gave us, Mr. Speaker, of a family that was trying to retrieve the body from a mortuary in Eldoret. They sat, they raised money, but at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, they could not raise the money that was required to clear that bill. They ended up using some unorthodox means through the watchman to sneak out the body, Mr. Speaker. We cannot ignore this reality in our society, Mr. Speaker. So every afternoon when we rise to begin our business here, Mr. Speaker, we pray to the Almighty God, Mr. Speaker. And therefore we acknowledge that we know what the Bible says and what the Quran says about the poor, Mr. Speaker. The book of Proverbs 19:17, Mr. Speaker, says that whoever is kind to the poor lends to the Lord. If we pass this legislation, Mr. Speaker, to respond to the plight of the poor, Mr. Speaker, we are lending to God the Almighty, Mr. Speaker. In the book of Isaiah 1:17, the Bible says, defend the oppressed, okay? Plead the case for the widows. Mr. Speaker, this bill is trying to speak to the widow in Narok, to the widow, Mr. Speaker, in Tana River, who is poor. who is hardworking, Mr. Speaker, but our economy only allows her to make less than $1 in a day, Mr. Speaker. But who, unfortunately, get some of the diseases that are so expensive to treat in this country, like cancer, Mr. Speaker. And they take their relatives to hospital, Mr. Speaker. They get treatment. But at the end of the day, they lose the battle, Mr. Speaker. And when they lose the battle, Mr. Speaker, they are told, you will not bring that pain to an end. Because barriers, Mr. Speaker, in my own community, Kisi, bring to an end that pain. That's why when people come to barriers, they view the body, so that you bring to an end that pain. I was moved to tears, Mr. Speaker, when you rose to speak yesterday, and you spoke about what you went through when your wife was unwell, Mr. Speaker. And you put that picture before us, what you are going through, your children. Just imagine, Mr. Speaker, having gone through that, somebody keeps you, in waiting, not to bury your dear wife for 3 months, 4 months. I mean, it's an agonizing thing that you don't wish even to your worst of enemies, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill, Mr. Speaker, is trying to respond, Mr. Speaker, to a problem that is bedeviling our society everywhere. And I listened to the contributions. I remember, Mr. Speaker, when you made your contribution, you cited a case from the High Court. I listened, Mr. Speaker. I was taking notes, Mr. Speaker. And you said that the court has decreed that it is illegal to detain a dead body in lieu of recovering a debt. We went to the law school. We were told there is no property in a dead body, Mr. Speaker. There is no property in a dead body, Mr. Speaker. So instead of detaining a dead person, Mr. Speaker, we are saying the CS can set regulations. Okay? You can be told to acknowledge that you have incurred this debt, you sign off, then the hospital can file a civil recovery debt, or they can use debt collectors to collect that debt, Mr. Speaker. But not to tell you, we know you are crying, you are mourning, you have lost your loved one, but we have another case with you here. We are detaining this body. No, Mr. Speaker. You had Senator Cheruiyot telling you that I have done many interventions on behalf of my people in Tenweke Hospital, in Moi Hospital, Mr. Speaker. And oftentimes, Mr. Speaker, I'm dealing with people who, even to afford, a vehicle to transport that body, is a struggle. Then on top of that, they are told, your relative was involved in an accident, brought here under emergency, Mr. Speaker. We admitted the hospital because that's what Article 43 says. But on top of that, Mr. Speaker, you must clear this bill of 2.7 million before we release the body. No, that's not the way to go, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy with the proposals that Senator Oloikina has made about us creating a fund, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, we want to take our country, that's what the President has said, to Singapore, Mr. Speaker. If you go to Singapore, Mr. Speaker, nobody, don't even Senator Oloikina talk about private hospital or public. It is nobody. No establishment can detain a body in hospital as lien for a debt. This is not allowed, Mr. Speaker. But I agree that there is something we can do separately, maybe, through the Health Act, okay, to borrow what happens in Australia. Mr. Speaker, Australia runs three funds. Mr. Speaker, MedSave is a personal savings for those who are wealthy, okay? Medicare is a personal saving for those in the middle income. But the one that is most important, Mr. Speaker, is what they call MedFund. MedFund. MedFund, Mr. Speaker, takes care of those who cannot afford. That's why, Mr. Speaker, we are proposing in subsection 3 of this amendment, and I hope Senator Olekina can maybe listen to me on this. That's why we are proposing that we are giving the CS the discretion, the leeway to come up with regulations. How the government will respond in to pay debts for those who can't afford, Mr. Speaker. There is that window, Mr. Speaker, because that should be an obligation.
Just on a point of
information. I can be informed, Mr. Speaker. It's okay.
Yes, Honorable Kina, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I'm listening to my good friend, and I just want to inform him that in most cases, it is better when the bill is completely clear, instead of leaving the responsibility of regulations to the CS. Just indicating here clearly that there should be established a fund, because sometimes when you leave that to the CS might be limited to what the National Assembly will allocate him. So if you look at it, that these regulations will require money to be provided, you know, because I'm listening to your very sentimental submissions. But if we leave everything to the Cabinet Secretary, you might get someone who doesn't care, who doesn't give a hoot in hell. We'll just say, I'm not going to do that. We already have problems with certain regulations. So my point is that I would just like to inform the distinguished senator that our submissions are that make this as descriptive as possible, so that it does not now be the responsibility of one individual to be able to make sure that we provide what the Constitution clearly says.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that's a very useful contribution, and I'm glad that Senator Olekina seems to have taken a very keen interest on how we shall implement these amendments. And I think, Mr. Speaker, if we are all in agreement, this legislation can lead to another amendment of our health laws, Mr. Speaker, so that we make it obligatory that we actually put it specifically in an amendment, Mr. Speaker, that the government will set aside money to take care of hospital bills for those who cannot afford in society. Mr. Speaker, you know, there is a time I was in Australia with somebody you know. I think you know a lady was called Rosa. She used to be the chair of CU. Yeah, and I was visiting my sister-in-law in Australia. And that good friend of ours, Mr. Speaker, fell ill in Australia. And she needed an urgent admission in hospital, Mr. Speaker. And that's when I learned that there are societies that care about saving human life, Mr. Speaker. Because those are the days when NHIF was a true medical insurance cover issued by an insurance body run by government. So, Speaker, she was working then under the office of the deputy president then, the current president, Mr. Speaker. And I remember we made frantic calls to headquarters here. And a boy, a Kisi boy, assisted us. And NHIF wrote a letter guaranteeing that they will pay the bills incurred by Rosa to the tune of 2 million shillings. But then there was another balance, because the bill was huge. You know, the hospital there said, we will treat the patient. Our approach here is that we save life first. If there is any debt, the law of this country commands us that the moment a patient is declared fit for discharge, we discharge. Then other issues of debt, that person will have signed a document that we can use to follow that patient for recovery. Now imagine if what is prevailing in Kenya was to be applied, and you detain that Kenyan in Australia, for God knows for how long, what would have happened, Mr. Speaker? And I even learned, Senator Olekina, you may listen to this, I learned, Mr. Speaker, that in Australia, if you go to a government hospital, they write a prescription for you to get certain medicine, and you go to that hospital's pharmacy, a government hospital, and you don't get the medicine, you walk into a private pharmacy, they will give you the medicine, and then they will follow the payment from the government. Because you have been given a Medicare card. That Medicare is supposed to ensure that you receive quality health care. And we almost copied that to our Article 43 of our Constitution, Mr. Speaker. So if, as a country, Mr. Speaker, we have decreed that we will have universal health coverage, Mr. Speaker, then we must ensure that every Kenyan, Mr. Speaker, must enjoy that right, Mr. Speaker. And I want to state, Mr. Speaker, as I reply, that I did not bring this bill to speak to myself, Mr. Speaker. I brought this bill to the floor to speak on behalf of the people of Nyamira I represent and to the Kenyans at large. Because we are a Senate that represents Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. And we want the voice of the poor, of the poorest, to be heard through us, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I started by thanking all the 7 senators who have made their contribution to this bill, who have acknowledged that this is a wonderful initiative in terms of protecting the poor and vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, in terms of this bill having challenges on implementation, Mr. Speaker, you remember that Senator Cherargei made reference to a High Court decision where judgment was given by our former college mate, now Justice Professor Nixon Sifuna, Mr. Speaker, where Nixon Sifuna said, and I quote, that it is immoral, it is unconstitutional, it is illegal to detain a dead body as a lien for debt recovery. The High Court has ruled, Mr. Speaker. So what this bill is actually trying is to breathe life to that decision of Justice Sifuna. Because once the High Court has ruled, Mr. Speaker, we were told when we were in school, sources of law could be our Constitution, it could be our statutes, or it could be through court decisions, Mr. Speaker. So here, the court has looked at the law, and it has made pronouncement, Mr. Speaker. What we want to demonstrate, Mr. Speaker, is that we also care to these poor Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, by putting this thing into law and policy, Mr. Speaker. Because we don't live in a highland. We know what the courts have said on certain matters, like this pronouncement. So let us enact it into law, Mr. Speaker, so that this matter can now be a matter that is in our laws and is in our policy, Mr. Speaker. I listened to Senator Ososi. Mr. Speaker, you heard him say that even as he was making his contribution, he's aware that there are a number of people from his constituency who are facing this challenge, even as we speak this afternoon. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, even from my own county of Nyamira, Mr. Speaker, it's only that we respect the privacy of the people we represent. I don't want to give names of families, because I'm sure that I care about my people. I respect their privacy, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to expose them without their permission. But there are many, many families, Mr. Speaker, who, as we speak, are undergoing some agony because either the relative who has recovered in hospital is detained, okay, because they are not able to pay their bills, Mr. Speaker, or they have lost a loved one and they are not able to settle the bills so that they get the body, take home for burial. Remember what Senator Majority Leader, Senator Cheruiyot told us, Mr. Speaker. He said that when he was trying to help a family from Kericho, and he sent social workers to Kenyatta National Hospital, he was shocked to discover that there were more than 300 detained patients who had fully recovered, but who could not be released to go home by Kenyatta Referral National Hospital. That's a government hospital. If we went around all the private hospitals, Mr. Speaker, I don't know how many, the number of Kenyans who are detained nationally. Maybe it will go to over 1,000. So we must do something, Mr. Speaker, and respond to this problem. Mr. Speaker, on the proposal by Senator Olekina that we allow our governors to set 10% aside for the poor, I cannot agree the more, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, just look at the audit reports from the Auditor General, not from us, because as we are politicians, if I brought a report about expenditure in the county government of Nyamira, my governor will start crying from tomorrow that senator is fighting me or senator wants my seat of government. But you read the report from the Auditor General, a professional, that very bold and courageous lady called Nancy Githungu, you will be shocked, Mr. Speaker, how resources are plundered. Remember what you heard about Vihiga. Money is removed from Facility Improvement Fund, given to the Speaker to do a housewarming, to open the Speaker's house, 10 million. I mean, that money, Mr. Speaker, can be pumped into this 10% that Senator Olekina is talking about. You saw what we were told about Governor for Embu, that she withdrew 10 million to do a public rally for borders, Mr. Speaker. So if we are really interested, Mr. Speaker, in showing love for the poor and the vulnerable, listening to the contributions of the senators who have contributed this afternoon, we are spoiled for choice. I've also listened, Mr. Speaker, that we should be careful not to donate power to the CS to come up with the regulation. I listen very carefully. So, Mr. Speaker, maybe it may be wise to rethink that clause 3, because I listened to Senator Olekina, I listened to Senator Ososi, and they said we may have very good intention, but you could get a PS or a CS who doesn't care about the plight of the poor in society, Mr. Speaker. So I've listened to the contribution of my colleague senators, and I agree that there is wisdom, maybe, in taking away that power from the CS, coming up with regulations. Maybe we need to go a full hog, improve the bill, and make it a standalone amendment that will not be implemented at the whims of the CS. So that one I'm in full support, Mr. Speaker, and I will sit down with my colleagues and see what can be done. I've also listened to what Senator Olekina said. He says, Mr. Speaker, we pair this benefit of bodies not being retained with registration as a member of SHA. Very good, Mr. Speaker. Because if the only way you will access this service is by you demonstrating that you have taken the steps of becoming a member of SHA, why not? Because, Mr. Speaker, we were told when we were in Naivasha by the CS Health that all Kenyans who are under the Social Protection Program get support, government support for registration as SHA members. So maybe what we should do also is to make it very clear, Mr. Speaker, that indigent, because we passed a law here that said indigents will not pay anything, Mr. Speaker. So we need to say if any person is an indigent, should within a specific timeline be allowed to become a member of SHA, so that, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to enjoying the fruits of this amendment, Mr. Speaker, that does not become a problem. Finally, Mr. Speaker, let us encourage our hospital I've heard Senator Olekina speak on behalf of an association of private doctors, Mr. Speaker. It's good we also educate them because we are lawyers, Mr. Speaker. The courts have said, we are not saying that those who are able should run away with medical bills that they incur in hospitals. What we are saying, Mr. Speaker, is that there should be a way you can enforce recovery. One way, Mr. Speaker, is through a civil suit. You sue for the debt, Mr. Speaker. What we need to be very clear, Senator Olekina, you cannot use the tool of detaining a corpse or detaining a patient as a way of pressurizing a poor Kenyan to pay what he does not have. You heard Senator Masayo say there are people, even if you send them 3-4 days, they will come back and tell you, I can't raise the money. So let us also speak to our private hospitals. We are not saying don't pursue those who refuse to pay. Do so, but do so through proper channels, Mr. Speaker. The court is saying you can even garnish their salary or their businesses if you know that they are trying to evade meeting an obligation that their financial status supports. Do so, but through a civil debt, Mr. Speaker. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move, and Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I beg that pursuant to Standing Order 66.3, Mr. Speaker, I kindly request that you defer putting the question to a later date, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mugeni. It is so ordered. So, honorable members, in exercise of the powers on this chair and for the convenience of the House, I would like to direct that we defer Order 17 all the way to I'd like to defer the order of the business in the House from 13 all the way to order number 29, because it's not practical to get started on any other business. Honorable members, let's be upstanding. There being no other business on the order paper, the Senate stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, 19th March 2026 at 2:30 p.m.
In the morning, there was a message by the
or just to present for today, because you showed.
Yeah, just for today. Just for today. We had a challenge with
find you in the mystery, in oceans deep, my faith will stand. I will call upon your name, keep my eyes above the waves. When oceans rise, my soul will rest in your embrace, for I am yours. You are mine. Your grace abounds in deepest waters. Your sovereign hand will be my guide. Where feet may fail and fear surrounds me, you've never failed, and you won't start now. So I will call upon your name to keep my eyes above the waves. My soul will rest in your embrace, for I am yours. You are mine. Spirit, lead me where my trust is without borders. Let me walk upon the waters wherever you would call me. Take me deeper than my feet could ever wander, and my faith will be made stronger in the presence of my Savior. Spirit, lead me where my trust is without borders. Let me walk upon the waters wherever you would call me. Take me deeper than my feet could ever wander, and my faith will be made stronger in the presence of my Savior. I will call upon your name, keep my eyes above the waves. My soul will rest in your embrace. I am yours. You are mine.
How deep the Father's love for us, how vast beyond all measure, that He should give His only Son to make a wretch His treasure. How great the pain of searing loss! The Father turns His face away, as wounds which mar the chosen one bring many sons to glory. Behold the man upon the cross, not boast in anything. No gifts, no power, no wisdom, but I will boast in Jesus Christ, His death and resurrection. Why should I gain from His reward? I cannot give an answer, but this I know with all my heart: His wounds have
No matter how you show your confidence, make sure you feel great in your skin. Experience next-level nourishment for longer than ever with 48-hour moisture. New Nivea Nourishing Cocoa, now with Hyaluron. Skin is for feeling it. Nivea is for skin.
Before I spoke a word, you were singing over me. You have been so, so good to me. Before I took a breath, you breathed your life in me. You have been so, so kind to me. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. Oh, it chases me down, fights till I'm found, leaves the 99, and I could earn it. I don't deserve it. Still, you give yourself away. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. When I was your foe, still your love fought for me. You have been so, so good to me. When I felt no worth, you paid it all for me. You have been so, so kind to me. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. Oh, it chases me down, fights till I'm found, leaves the 99, and I could earn it. I don't deserve it. Still, you give yourself away. Shadow you won't light up, mountain you won't climb up, coming after me. There's no wall you won't kick down, lie you won't tear down, coming after me.